Morning, councillors. Welcome to the committee meeting of Planning and Development for the 10th of November 2020. Could I firstly open the meeting and acknowledge the traditional owners on the land on which we meet. I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose song lines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal and Jarawa peoples, also including the Bigambal peoples to our west, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Could I also acknowledge our Mayor and my colleagues around the table, the CEO, Brian Pidgeon, the General Manager, Stuart Summers, and the Planning and Development team who will be presenting this morning. Also people in the gallery and those viewing online, welcome this morning. If we can go to the agenda, item 2, attendance including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. I note we have an apology for Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. It requires a motion. Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor MacDonald, that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan be granted is it granted an apology? A leave of absence. Yep. Those in favour? That's carried. We have a declaration. Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I do have one or a flag of declaration of interest, prescribed conflict of interest, which will be in this particular item number 9, actually, which is confidential in regional enforcement actions, and I'll declare that when we get to that item. It's okay, Mr Chair.
You can do it now if you like, yeah, and then that saves you.
Don't have to do it again. Okay, that's good. I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest as follows. I'm a resident in the same street as the subject property referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning Environmental Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I'll be dealing with the prescribed conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. We'll move to item 3, the Regional Planning Scheme, Toowoomba Region Planning Scheme 2025, and the author of that is Principal Land Use and Community. Heath Martin, GM, I'll ask Heath to come up unless you'd like to make any comments. Well, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and good morning, councillors.
Heath.
In 2019, Council undertook a major review of the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme, and that review identified several issues with the planning scheme, although it did find that the planning scheme was generally sound and would continue to serve Council. Moving forward, the report identified that to address the issues that had been identified in the review, Council should prepare a new planning scheme. Council considered that report in December last year and resolved to endorse the report's recommendations, which included the decision to prepare a new planning scheme. So Council officers have been working since then to implement that recommendation or that decision. The Planning Act requires that Council formally advise the Minister of a decision to prepare a new planning scheme and provide certain information to the Minister in support of that decision. Information including the identification of state interest issues that would be affected by that new planning scheme, and a proposed process through which Council would follow to make that new planning scheme. When Council made its decision in 2019 to prepare a new planning scheme, it wasn't in a position to provide the necessary information to the Minister, and so the decision of 2019 didn't fulfil the statutory requirements of the Planning Act. We are now in a position to provide that information, and so we're putting this matter back to you for that formal resolution to go to the Minister with that supporting information. So the report includes a proposed plan-making process. The process generally signs off on all of the requirements of the Planning Act, It doesn't include the full details that we will undertake in preparing the new planning scheme, as they are quite comprehensive and really not necessary within they're not a necessary level of detail within the report that we need, the process we need to submit to the Minister. However, I note that that process does include for a comprehensive stakeholder engagement program right throughout each step in the process, which will make sure that all stakeholders have the opportunity to provide input and have their matters heard as Council prepares the new planning scheme. I also note that the state interests, which are articulated within the state government's documents, the state planning policy, the Darling Downs Regional Plan and the South East Queensland Regional Plan, all of those matters generally will be relevant to the new creation of the new planning scheme, generally except for those relating to coastal matters. So, as I say, this report recommends that Council formally resolve to prepare a new planning scheme, and I commend that recommendation to you. Happy to take questions, Mr Chair.
Questions, Councillor Tim?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Heath. I'm just picking up on, actually Councillor Melissa raised this, the timeline of this planning scheme, and I note it was started in December of last year when I wasn't sitting at the table, and then it will actually be finished in the next term of Council when, it may look significantly different around this table to what it does now, and I think from my experience coming in and signing off on 5 or 10 years' work with a month on the job is a hard task. And I'm wondering, we did propose the option of altering this to be done in one term of council, and I know that wipes a year off it, but what are the options around that, and what was the outcome of that discussion?
Okay. So the report that came to Council in December last year, the Planning Scheme Review Report, included an implementation program, and that program did identify the development of a new scheme over a 4-year period, which would have had it completed within the current term, the term of this Council. That program was put together, without fully looking at the resources that were available, and also, at that time, COVID wasn't an issue on the table, and so we have reviewed that program, looking at the resources that we have available, looking at Council's current budget position, and we were asked to review the budget to try to minimise the expenditure within the first year of the program. And we also looked at the interrelationships between the different studies that Council would be undertaking as part of the first year of, the first stage of the program, which is the strategic work to inform the new scheme, and identified that because of the interdependencies that are in existence with those studies, with certain studies needed to have been completed or substantially completed before other studies could commence, it really isn't possible to program all of that work within a 12-month period. So in order to provide some savings to Council in the first year of the program, in order to deliver the program with the available resources and achieve a deal with the interdependencies between the studies, it's been identified that the program would need to be extended to be undertaken over a 5-year period instead of a 4-year period. Now, the 3rd, 4th and 5th years of that program are unchanged. They were as per the original 4-year program. The only change is to deliver the first stage of strategic work in 2 years rather than in 1 year. Now, I would note that a decision from Council to adopt the new planning scheme would occur prior to the next election. And all that would happen post the next election is change management processes that would enable everybody who has to change their, the way that they do business, both within Council and as part of the development industry, to prepare for the new planning scheme coming in. So there's a 3-month period between the adoption of the planning scheme by Council and the commencement. So the adoption would happen in February 2025. That is post the election. So yes, the planning scheme would be adopted by the new Council and come in May 2025. So that that's the reasons why we're now suggesting that it should be undertaken over a 5-year program rather than a 3-year program. Sorry, a 4-year program.
So just to be clear, Heath, the current council sitting around this table won't sign off, is that correct? Or will sign off, but the bedding in, or the, as you say, the adaptation to the new planning scheme will occur with a new body of councillors sitting around the table?
So this council will sign off on a draft planning scheme before it goes out to the public for broad consultation. So that'll occur in February 2024, prior to the next election. Then the new council would consider any submissions that are considered are made by the community and would then adopt the final planning scheme.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just councillors, that something similar happened and it was an enormous job after amalgamation with the first combined planning scheme. And remind me, Heath, but I'm certain that happened in the same way. It was not all planning schemes are a huge body of work, and always you always find some things that are not actually quite correct, and you won't know that until it starts applying to developers. But at the end of the day, I think that the consideration here is to get it right, to go through it well, consult properly, and to get it right. And if that takes 5 years, well, I think that's just how it is, because I do remember in 2008 we were operating under 8 planning schemes until the new planning scheme came in, and it was an enormous task, and we all worked very, very hard, the people around that table, and our staff tremendously led us through that exercise. And I think that this is a big job, but nowhere near as big as that was, but that was over 2 terms as well, so by the time it was adopted.
Thanks. Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think I read today's paper that the study involved with this will cost about $5 million. Is that right? My recollection?
So if the budget, including both materials and services, so I guess the engagement of consultants to assist us with this, and the labour spend within the strategic planning branch would total $5 million in all. So the consultant side of things is $3 million, and the labour spend within the strategic planning branch over that 5-year period would be about $2 million. So, but that labour spend is not additional expenditure; it's money that would be spent by the strategic planning branch as a matter of course.
I take the point that Councillor Carroll mentioned that the 2008, or the first one, was a huge task because of the 8 different disparate councils, etc. But you think, as a layperson, and I'm ignorant of what really has to be done here, but as a layperson, you'd think that this will be the third variation on the scheme, and you'd think that by now it would be just a matter of updating each of the headings in the existing one, other than starting afresh perhaps in each category, like bushfire risk management or centre strategy or Indigenous cultural heritage study, a landslide and steep land study, etc. You think it would be just a matter of updating those rather than, starting from the beginning, and hence be a lot less expensive and time-consuming exercise. Apparently that's not the case, but can you explain why it's not just an updating as opposed to de novo?
Certainly, Councillor. There have been a number of changes since the last planning scheme was prepared. So we started preparing the last planning scheme in 2009 and it came in to operation in 2012. At that time, we were operating under a very different state planning policy framework. So there are a number of issues which the state has changed its policy on since that time. How council deals with Indigenous cultural heritage is one of those. Previously, the state government position was that councils do not address Indigenous cultural issues in planning schemes. the policy position now is that councils do. In relation to matters of natural hazards, the state government has significantly increased its requirements around what councils need to do to address natural hazard issues, bushfire, flood and landslide. Council, of course, has done some significant work around flood in recent years, but now we need to do some work of a similar nature around bushfire and landslide. So that policy framework has changed. We've also got a new regional plan in place. We've also seen some significant changes in infrastructure in our region. So we now have an international airport, we have the bypass, the inland rail is coming, and the state government has made a commitment to relocate the Toowoomba Hospital. All of these are significant pieces of infrastructure that present major opportunities for our region, and the new planning scheme needs to address those opportunities. So I guess there are a couple of the things that I would highlight as major changes in the planning scheme that is currently in place that we need to make sure we're addressing in the new scheme, and we're not going to be able to do that just by, I guess, fiddling around with the existing scheme.
Could I have a follow-up, Chair? I noticed that there were approximately 700 submissions last time, and you're expecting more this time. Is there a similarity amongst with respect to submissions on a specific type of field of activity that you engage in?
Look, last time there were some issues that created a number of submissions on their own. You're going to test my memory here and as to what those issues were, but I guess I'm trying to remember exactly what those issues were. Certainly, heritage and character and the way council dealt with heritage and character was an issue at the time.
Density.
Medium density was an issue. I recall that there were some changes that council were making around the Charlton Well Camp area that created a lot of interest. So yes, there were a number of submissions that were made around the same issue. We also usually get submissions from people who live on the fringe of urban areas who would like to be able to develop their land in the future, and this is an opportunity for them to have the future of their land reviewed. And so we get a lot of submissions from individual landowners seeking to have the zoning of their land changed, which I would anticipate this time round. Given the council undertook a major review of medium density issues over recent years, I don't expect much change in the new planning scheme in relation to that issue. However, I do expect that we will receive a number of submissions on that issue, both from industry and from landowners.
Thank you.
You're right, Councillor Kerry.
Well, just finally, if I'm...
One more and then we've got a line up here.
Yeah, sorry. There is a table there on page 17 of 237, which says the forecast annual expenditure is going to be quite high in 2021, but quite low at the final year. And I think, is that the explanation you gave earlier, that the consultancies will be engaged early on? And
yes. So the first 2 years of the program are a range of studies. We currently have 10 studies that we have consultants engaged to assist us with undertaking those studies, and so the major costs are in completing those 2 studies. And most of the work beyond the second year will be done internally, and so the costs are significantly lower in those subsequent years.
thank you.
Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks for that, Heath. I just wanted to ask a few questions, if I could. Talking about timeline, I noticed in there that the 70 days public consultation, whereas the minimum only needs to be 40, and maybe it's that thinking that's made it drawn out to such a long period, and I just concerned about that. But another question I had was about the PIA, and that is, do we have to wait till the end of this to extend our PIA? We've got people out there trying to buy or rent houses and they can't get them. We've got people starting to live in caravans because they can't get a house to rent. We've got a real shortage of housing in our region, particularly in Toowoomba, but I also know it's happening in Pittsworth as well, so I don't know what other outlying areas it may or may not be happening in, and the inland rail impact hasn't occurred yet. So I'm just wondering whether we have to wait or whether we can advance reviewing the PIA in the near future.
Mr Chair, could I ask that I note that the next report deals with the review of the Toowoomba Region Infrastructure Plan, and the PIA is part of the review of the Toowoomba Infrastructure Plan. I think that would be best answered by Josie in relation to that report.
Yeah, we might address it at that time, Councillor Nancy.
Happy for that. So then the other question I had was, with all this work that's going to be done, will we be taken on a journey as councillors, or will we be dropped with a big block of work that's going to be really difficult for us to go through? Can we do this in such a way that we can actually fully absorb what's going to be in the new planning scheme?
Heath, I might just answer that if I may. For those of us who are around the table, Councillor Paul, Councillor Carroll, myself, at the original planning scheme review, strap yourselves in, because there will be regular scheduled briefings and workshops, and by the end of it, I think you two members can probably attest to the fact that you have a reasonable handle on a planning scheme by the end of that process, and that is continuous throughout the whole term. There's no opportunity to dump a load of information in amongst all the other council business that we need to deal with. So it has to be coordinated, and I ask, as a member of the Planning and Development portfolio, that councillors are committed to attending. You know, some of the briefings and that we schedule are optional, but I would implore you to make the effort to attend as many of those as possible, because if you miss a chunk of information, what we found, and this is past experience, there was a lot of rechurn and rework and going over of information, because for whatever reason, councillors, some couldn't attend, but it is a huge commitment. Make no mistake about it. So happy to, if you want to expand on that.
Oh, the only thing I would add, and I endorse those comments, that is certainly what will happen. Last time, I believe, we met with councillors monthly right throughout the process. And so in the new year, we will start to set up regular briefings with council, both to keep you informed and to seek your direction on a number of issues. Councillor
Nancy, do you have any? Okay, you're on?
Yes, would have been fine. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor James, and then Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I had a similar question around the PIA, but obviously I'll wait for the outcome for that. So the only other one I'll probably ask through you to Heath was, obviously we understand the significance in such a huge body of work, and obviously needs a lot of input from all different sectors now. And I know it's not till about stage 3, but has there been much thought, or will that come in a later stage, of how we go to the general public in terms of for feedback? I know we see a lot of submissions in the last one, but the reason I ask that is just, in my experience, obviously during the first term, we often found different applications that came through to council with the public that was upset about certain things, yet when we went for the consultation period, obviously we didn't get any feedback during that stage. So is there any thought, I guess, on how we get the best, and I know we can't force people, but just is there any thought around how we best get the best amount of input from our community? Because you mentioned a few of the ones earlier around density, flooding and things like that, where we got a lot, but there's other areas where, you know, you just sort of find where it's almost sort of after the fact is when someone puts a DA in for something that fits that scheme. When we went out to consultation, we didn't get any feedback, but now that there's something there, so just how we actually get out to the general public and really encourage and urge and get as much input as we can, because this is the time where we want to hear from them and want to see what the input is, what submissions are around what fits in what areas.
Yes, the biggest challenge in preparing a new planning scheme is to get people interested in high-level strategic issues rather than they generally get interested in planning matters when somebody wants to do something next door that they don't like. And at that point in the process, the die has been set, and often they're trying to oppose things that the council has supported through its planning scheme. So our challenge is to seek to engage in a way that encourages people to take part. We are currently preparing a stakeholder engagement plan that will provide details of that. I note that last time we sent letters to every landowner within the region identifying that there was a new planning scheme available for them to comment, and that they should make use of that opportunity. But look, I believe people just saw it as a letter from council that they weren't particularly interested in and tossed it. So we're going to need to look at other ways that we can do that. That plan isn't finalised as yet, but yes, the intention is to make sure that we engage in a way that that identifies that this is something that is going to be of specific interest to individuals, may affect their interest in land that they own or what their neighbours do with their land, and they need to be involved.
Yeah, Councillor James, just if I may add further to that, this is a very important thing to recognise the policy of council and the methodology we employ around the International Association for Public Participation, the IAP2 component that is universal to council right across each department. And I encourage councillors to have a bit of a look at that and gain an understanding of the spectrum that is used in that engagement platform. And we employed many of those techniques, for those who remember last time, in those many and varied consultations, and also closing the loop with the community, which was really important. And understanding each of those gateways around this significant project. And Mr CEO, it might be a good opportunity to reiterate. I definitely brought it up as a topic to discuss on our strategy day, given not just the planning scheme but other major significant pieces of work this term. It would stand us in good stead to gain an appreciation of that, so that any councillor at any time and any staff member, both senior or frontline, can walk into a consultation that's happening and clearly understand what part of the process we're up to and what we should be looking for and how that feedback will come back to us, because that's how we mitigate some of those gaps. Inevitably we will have some gaps because we don't have a crystal ball, but I think it's important. Is it fine? Councillor Paul?
Look, I haven't got too much to say, Mr Chair, except to say that you, Councillor Taylor and myself were on that journey from 2008 to 2012. Don't forget that our staff in that period brought 8 very, very different planning schemes together, yes, as well as many other aspects of our association and financial and all the rest of it. They brought them together. And in 2012, on the 1st of July, when the new planning scheme came in, who would have thought that in no time we'd have a bypass on the agenda, an airport? Well, I think we probably knew about the mid-June that the airport was going to happen. And then, of course, the inland rail. So there's a lot's happened. One of the things that I want to say is that I appreciated the work that was done by our planning staff to inform us and to take us on that journey. It gave us the responsibility of that planning scheme, and I'm very, very thankful for that. It was a big job. It was a 4-year job. And I think it demonstrated where we actually were at that time in 2012. And of course, it's changed. We do have the opportunity from time to time of amendments to our planning scheme. If there is inertia in the process, there's a fair bit of inertia there. And of course, I'm very confident of this journey. I'm very confident that our staff will keep us informed. I'm very confident that we'll be part of the ultimate outcome. And I think the ball's at our feet to make a really good job of this. So it's going to be an interesting journey. And as you so rightly said before, let's all be involved and let's own this. I had a text this morning. It wasn't necessarily pleasant about the new planning scheme and our involvement, but that happens to public life. Let's do it and do it properly, and I think we've got an opportunity to set the pathway for the next 10 years for this community at least.
I might just ask Heath to address the issue raised by Councillor Summerfield in terms of the numbers of days of statutory advertising, just to clarify that.
Certainly. So this is the third planning scheme that I've been involved in creating, and what's consistently occurred in the last two processes is the councils have been criticised for the lack of time for being able to consume the new planning scheme and provide informed feedback on the planning scheme. And that criticism has generally come from industry, which have a significant stake in the planning scheme and want an opportunity to be able to absorb it. Now, the intention is that all stakeholders, but particularly the development industry, will be involved in the process all the way along, and when it's released for broad community consultation in 2024 won't be the first time that they will have seen it. However, we felt that in order to address that issue and make sure that everyone has a reasonable amount of time to review and absorb the new planning scheme and make comment, that an extended consultation period was warranted.
Thanks, Heath. No further questions? Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Mr Chair, thank you. Just a couple of things. I think most has been covered, but just three areas that are probably, I guess, amber lights for me. The first one's been pretty well dealt with around consultation, but I'm just referring to the plan-making process, and public consultation's only listed there at stage 3. Note in the report, though, through you, Mr Chair, to Heath, that public consultation will be through all of the stages, not just stage 3. So I think we need to make that clear. So the consultation there is important. The other area around the consultation and the report coming, or the draft planning scheme coming to council, which is the end of stage 2 by the looks of things, in around December 2023, yet it then goes to formal state interest and doesn't go to public consultation until April of 2024. So I just wondered from an officer perspective what risks there were between council receiving a draft planning scheme to go to the state, then to go to public consultation when an election will be around that time, and whether it would be better to at least get to the public consultation period prior to an election. It may, and there's pros and cons for all of this, I know you've mentioned that in your risks, but I just wondered whether that might be a better place. If we want engagement in a planning scheme and feedback, there's no better time than have it right around an election time, because you'll certainly get feedback for things that aren't what people want. So it means bringing things forward by about 4 months. Just a comment on that, if I could first, Mr Chair.
Look, thank you, Councillor. We've had a look at the program very closely, particularly understanding that a 5-year program is a significant period of time, and there have been a number of concerns expressed about that. We believe that taking any further time off than we already have runs the risk of significantly diminishing the quality of the final outcome. In order to achieve that time saving, we would need to either take some time off the drafting process or take some time off the strategic work that's being done over the next 2 years. And I believe that in doing so, as I say, that we're going to significantly diminish the quality of the final outcome. I guess there's a question of the benefits of bringing that forward so that it occurs prior to the council election, that community consultation, because the council then has to consider the submissions that are made, and so there's a question of, well, should that be done by the existing council rather than the new council? So look, I'm not sure if bringing the consultation period forward to occur prior to the election would actually achieve any significant benefit if the new council is then going to be considering the submissions that are received. I note that there is a risk associated with that. I guess there's also a risk that we're going to have state government elections throughout that process as well. We've just had one, there'll be another one in 4 years' time. We're going to need to, I guess, make sure that the new council is fully briefed on the scheme as soon as the draft scheme as soon as it comes in. But yeah, look, I guess my response would be, I don't believe that there is really an opportunity to achieve that change in the program without diminishing the quality of the final outcome.
Well, just a quick follow-up. I guess that might be something just to take on board, and perhaps at the next update that we get, or whatever it may be, maybe there's some more crystallisation of thoughts there, whether it's 3 months can be brought forward or what have you. And it's pros and cons for each. I get that, but I'm just, if we're going to, as this council, accept a draft planning scheme, and then it goes out to public consultation after this council is actually here, that to me has some risks on it as well. So I think it's just something that the officers could take on board, Mr Chair, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, you know, given the length of the process, there may be some ability to, or capacity there, just depending on the timing. I mean, we're all acutely aware of statutory timeframes, but that aside, there may be some opportunity throughout the process to reassess where we are, depending on the content that comes back to us and what goes out. So, yeah.
Just to follow up if I could, and the second one probably hits to the core of some of the conversations around PIA, but it's in the report, and I just wouldn't mind a comment. It probably highlights some things. It's on page 34 of 237, and probably highlights the disconnect between South East Queensland Plan and the Darling Downs Regional Plan, and the reason why the Darling Downs Regional Plan has been taken by the Mayor to Councillor Mayors in the Darling Downs region, and was accepted unanimously in order to follow that up with the Premier. If we look at that page, it talks about, so it's page 34 of 237, talks about, and this is through the South East Queensland Regional Plan, sub-regional growth, suggesting an additional 20,300 dwellings required to meet the needs of the population. 3,200 of those accommodated within the existing urban area. But then it repeats the same number, 20,300 outside the existing urban area. That may well be up for conjecture, that number, because it doesn't seem to be consistent one way or the other. But then when we go down to paragraph 2, which is the outcome to grow, it then identifies Meringadan West and Westbrook Drayton as areas to deliver some of that growth. Then if we go, so just make a note of that in your minds. Then it goes, if you go over then to page 41 of the same report, talks about the Darling Downs Regional Plan, October 2013, and if you go to the relevance of the new planning scheme, talks about 11 towns within the Toowoomba region that have designated as priority, designated as priority living areas, PLAs, not PIAs, but PLAs. And of those 11, there's no mention of Westbrook or Meringadan. The South East Queensland Plan talks about Westbrook and Meringadan. So I guess it's only just an observation, but it shows and demonstrates to the community the disconnect between both plans when we then work on our own planning scheme. So looking forward to the discussion as we go forward with that, and naturally the pressures that might come on increasing the urban footprint to accommodate that growth. Really just a comment more than anything.
Councillor Becker.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I refer to the questions regarding the PIA raised by particularly Councillors Summerfield and O'Shea, and the decision to defer that conversation with Josie until the subsequent item on the agenda. I actually ask that we don't defer that conversation until now, because it seems pertinent to this current decision when we're discussing timing. So I would actually ask, Chair, that we do hear from Josie now, please.
I'll take.
I can comment, and Josie may need to elaborate, but the timing of the review of the PIA is not affected by a decision as to whether or not council develops this new planning scheme in a 4-year or a 5-year program. The PIA will be reviewed over the next 2 years, and that issue will be resolved over the next 2 years. If council if we go with a 5-year program, that will, or a 5-year or a 4-year program, the PIA will still be reviewed within that next 2 years.
Abby? Councillor Melissa, you're the only one that hasn't spoken. You don't have to, but I'd like to give you the opportunity if you've got any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair. I just reiterate the concern that I had last time we discussed this, was the 5-year timeframe of the planning scheme, and then, discussing now the PIA in a 2-year timeframe. I just believe we can't wait that long. There is such a need in our community for something to happen prior to that. So that's my main concerns lie with that.
Okay. So if there's no further questions...
Final one?
Yep.
Thanks. There was comment through you, Chair, around through the GM probably, from Councillor Shine around the cost. Extending the period of time from 4 to 5 years, has that extended that cost? And is it a case of more resources to reduce it down to 4 years, but at the same cost?
No, overall it's reduced the cost. Well, when you say cost, what it means is that we'll be reducing the cost and concentrating those costs that are going external to council in the form of consultancies and what have you to the first 1.5 to 2 years. Following that, basically a lot of the costs are internalised because we'll be using staff to prepare a lot of the policies, and writing, the actual plan writing itself will be done internally, which saves a lot of money. Yes, because actually, as we found with the 2012 plan, where a lot of the drafting, the plan making and drafting was done by consultants as well, very expensive. But, I mean, that's a choice the council can make, I guess, if you were wanting to expedite it somewhat, but I'm not sure. See, the other issue that I don't think was mentioned is that there's a lot of downtime in the sense of waiting for, there's 2 ministerial sign-offs and there's the statutory advertising period, and plus any other advertising, additional advertising periods that we're looking for, which adds up to about a year, if not 18 months of pretty much downtime. So that's built into the 5 years. So by reducing it from 5 years to 4 years, you're not reducing really those downtimes, the 2 ministerial sign-offs and the statutory exhibition. That's the difficulty. It's a huge task. Most councils take about the same time, 4 or 5 years. Most planning scheme exercises, plan-making exercises do extend over a council election. It's just unfortunate because it can sometimes generate a bit more heat than would normally be generated by an election. But we would be trying very much not to create that situation by this ongoing connection with the community, bringing not only council with us on the journey, but the community and the development industry and other interests that are out there that have a fundamental interest in the planning scheme.
Can I just get confirmation then? It sounded like, Mr Summers, you were saying it's actually cheaper doing it over 5 years than 4 years.
That's the case.
Or cheaper when we go back to when we said do the full planning scheme, has the price increased or decreased?
The cost across the 5 years is the same as it would be over the 4 years. It's just defrayed over 5 years rather than 4. So the annual cost in the first 2 years is reduced. But the total cost across the 5 years would be the same as it would be over 4 years.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't make that clear enough. Yeah, it's pretty much the same cost, but it's over more budget periods.
Sure.
For those of us around the table, notwithstanding the fact that, and I recall specifically, a lot of the plan writing was done externally and expensive. So notwithstanding that, we are making savings. And given the fact that Heath himself has been involved in the drafting and formulation of 3 planning schemes now, so we have a lot of onboard experience throughout the whole of the planning and development portfolio in-house. So Councillor Kerry, then Councillor Tim, and then I'm just conscious.
Following on, Councillor McDonald, this current scheme will cost us $5 million. How much did the previous one cost?
When we developed the previous planning scheme, we didn't track labour costs throughout that process. So the planning scheme itself was in the order of $3 million, the same as we're proposing now. And I believe the labour costs would have been very similar to what is proposed now. So,
Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me another opportunity here. Look, I'm still not happy with this time frame, and I think it mirrors the comments by most of my colleagues around this table that I appreciate it has to be done properly, and I appreciate there's a lot of work to do. And of course, Heath, you know, you do a great job, and we know that. But I mean, when I originally asked the question, you said it was issues like COVID or money that were preventing it. I know we've talked about the cost. I mean, we got to sign off on BR1 tomorrow. We've got next year's budget. If we allocated more money in the budget at an appropriate time, could we review it to 4 years? I think that the overwhelming sense around this table is that we need to do this well, but within this term would be better. And I appreciate the cost, but look, if we need to do it well and it costs more for next year's budget, you know, I'm happy to come to that party. What are our options for getting this to a 4-year task?
If I may, Heath, Councillor Tim, I mean, there's always, and I'll take some advice from the portfolio chair, there's always an option at budget review to look at how we're tracking, and if council's of a mind to put extra resources to it, that's the time we approach it. You know.
I mean, is it an option that we defer this to the general meeting next week after we've had those conversations, or how would we go about making this a 4-year term? If it's just money, we can move with that.
Well, it's not just a case of money, it's around statutory timing, so that would have to be looked at. And that's as I've already indicated, as you get down the track with this process, there are gateways in which you can actually review, but that needs to be coordinated with a budget review. We just can't, and that's consistent with any business item across council. We just can't make a decision to say, well, we want to do this faster. Every decision of that nature is subject to budget review, and that's the normal process.
I thank you for the comments, Chair, and I suppose through you to Heath, I mean, this was originally a 4-year project, which has been blown out to 5 because of COVID or...
No, correction, it was a 5-year all the time. And that's what was my recollection that was brought to me. I did raise the same concerns. But however, as I think a number of councillors have intimated here, they would like to have a look at that review. I don't think it's... The most important thing now is that we sign off on a new planning scheme review because it's critical. It's critical to what's happening in this region and what will happen in the future. It's the roadmap. Heath, got any comments for Councillor Tim?
So the report the council considered in December last year had a program which was a 4-year program. The difference between those that program and the one that's being proposed in this report is that the first stage of work, which was the strategic work, was going to be undertaken over 1 year. The balance of the work was going to be undertaken over 3 years. The difference now is that the strategic work will be undertaken over 2 years, with the balance still being undertaken over 3 years. Councillors, you're probably all familiar with the triangle of time, cost, quality. Whereas if you reduce one of those elements, it has an impact on the other two. So if we reduce the time, it's going to have an impact on cost and or quality. I believe it will have a significant cost on quality. However, we can explore options if that's what councillors would like to do.
I'll go to the GM and then councillor back.
So just quickly, we can certainly, as Heath said, explore an option or two in terms of maybe looking at the squeezing up of the time, but probably it's really only relating to that strategic component that we've now spread across 2 years. I mean, we could push it back to 18 months or whatever, or even push it back to the original 12 months, which may be a real struggle, but there's going to be a cost, I think, in that. And one of the reasons why we stretched it out to 2 years, to push it over 2 budget periods, was to make that, the costing of that element easier on overall council budgets. And also, obviously, the resources that are required to actually run those studies and what have you. But Heath, did you want to just give a little more detail about those the first 2 years and what we're looking to do in those 2 years? Because it's a hell of a lot of work.
So there are 10 studies that are underway that will inform the new planning scheme and address the issues that were identified through the planning scheme review. A key one of those is the growth plan. The growth plan will be finished by this time next year, so that's within that 12-month period. But that growth plan then informs other studies that are being undertaken, and so those studies can't be progressed until that growth plan is substantially progressed. So as I mentioned before, that there are those interdependencies between a number of those studies that mean that some of them can't start until other work has been substantially progressed. GM Summers is correct that really the only opportunity to reduce the time would be within that first stage. The stage 3, the statutory process, is bare bones. We have no opportunity to cut any time from that. We tried to reduce the state interest review process from 60 days to 30 days, given that the state will have substantial opportunities to review the draft planning scheme before it's lodged formally. However, the state said no, that's a statutory time frame, it cannot be reduced. So the stage 3 is bare bones, and really we cannot save any time there. Stage 2 is the scheme drafting process, which is an 18-month process. We have undertaken 24 amendments to the current planning scheme since it came into place, and a number of those amendments, particularly in the first few years, were to address issues that I think came about because we didn't take enough time to draft and review the planning scheme in the first stage. So we have allowed for 12 months of drafting and 6 months of review before it comes to council formally for endorsement, and I believe reducing that process will significantly diminish the quality and potentially raise issues that we're going to need to fix up later on once the scheme is in place. The 2-year program, there may be some opportunity to save some months within that program. 6 months at the most, I would say, but that's really going to be pushing it. If your intention is to bring a decision to adopt the planning scheme forward to February 2024 at the latest, that's going to require 12 months of savings, and that's going to be very, very difficult to achieve without diminishing the outcome.
And can I reiterate Heath's comments? You know, as with any major initiative project, the procurement stage, and I'm not talking about purchasing items, the procurement of the appropriate skill sets, consultancy to assist, and if we wind that back, in order not to find ourselves in a similar situation where there were shortcomings because we tried to cut some corners, then we need to be looking at a BR process, budget review process in the future, as to how we can afford to put some more resources at it to get quality outcomes. So that's why I say, you know, the important thing for us to do is acknowledge the process here, and ratify that at next week's council meeting, so that the officers can go away, and they're already working in the background now, but go away and start hitting the straps as far as really getting on with the job. So, Councillor Rebecca, you had a question, and then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you.
We really need to move on to the next item, because I think there's some important stuff to discuss around the PIA as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having listened to the comments around the room this morning and considered the report, I respectfully propose an amendment to the recommendation that's before us, which I can speak to if it's seconded. It concerns part 2 of what we can see up there. And the proposed amendment is that council requests officers amend the plan-making process
Part 2, Wendy.
in the form of attachment 2 of this report to condense the process from 5 years to 4 years, and that amended document be returned to council for endorsement. And as I said, if that's seconded, I can speak to it.
Just a question, if I may, Heath. If it's returned to council, that means it's another month. Does that affect timing on where we need to make traction? Then I'll ask for a seconder, but I think that point needs to be clarified.
If we were able to bring this back to council in December with an amended plan, that wouldn't affect our statutory obligations, no.
Okay. So do we have a seconder? Councillor Melissa? Okay, so we are now looking at, just, hang on, what happened there? Right.
Question.
Yes, Councillor McDonald.
The question, and probably to Councillor Rebecca, and respect for the comments around the room, is around whether you're actually wanting the outcome to be that the planning scheme is in action before the end of this term, which is a different result to saying a 4-year plan. Because if you go 4 years from now, you'll be November 2024. So my feeling was, and if this doesn't go through, realistically with what I've heard, my preference, and I'd be happy to move a motion if this doesn't go through, would be to have the draft report ready for public consultation by January 2024.
You got that, Wendy, just in case? Okay.
And I seek clarification from Councillor McDonald on that foreshadowed amendment. So, Councillor McDonald, am I correct in saying that my proposed amendment condenses the process by 12 months? Your proposed amendment condenses the process by 4 months?
Well, that's right, but it depends when you go to public consultation just how many changes there would be.
Thank you.
I'm just conscious of that time frame.
You want to make a comment?
I think the foreshadowed amendment or foreshadowed change would be far more doable than just cutting 12 months off the program. We're honestly not sure that we could achieve that. We could draw up something, but if you wanted me to put my hand on my heart and say we could deliver it, it'd be very difficult. There are a number of steps that are out of council's control as well as council officers' control.
You've got a motion on the books. You need to deal with that one first.
Yep. Well, firstly, we've got a mover and a seconder. So unless there's debate.
I have a question, if I could, please.
Question?
Thank you. So can you just remind me, the last new planning scheme was done bringing 8 councils into one, and that was done in 4 years?
So the council resolution to prepare the new planning scheme was in December of 2018. The planning scheme was adopted by council in, I think it was December of 2000. So the council resolved to prepare the new planning scheme in December 2008. Sorry if I said 18, 2008, and then council adopted the planning scheme in March of 2012. So that's 11. So that's three and a bit years. Yes. Yes, 3 and a bit years.
Thank you.
Councillor Paul?
I think that planning scheme became effective on July 1, 2000.
Yes. 13, I think.
Yeah, so it was 3.5 years in between from resolution to prepare to operational. Yes.
That was done by consultants.
Yes.
Yeah. And can
Yes, so the consultants did the strategic work and they also substantially drafted the scheme. And I believe that that's where we probably came up some troubles within that middle part.
Yeah, and look, unless there's any more questions or...
I'd like,
do we want to... Yeah?
if I might, Mr Chair, I think it's been lost. Heath has tried to make that comment, but in that first planning scheme did well to get it together, had to be there because we couldn't keep operating under 8. But at the end of the day, there were a lot of things that were rushed over and there were many, many amendments that had slipped through that had to be made. So at the end of the day, that wasn't an ideal situation because when you've got something that's not correct, things can happen whilst that stuff's being amended. So it's not an ideal situation. It's better to try to get it right in the first place.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Councillor Taylor, look, the cost of those amendments has not been tallied up either. What were there, 24 of them? So that comes at a significant cost as well. However, we have a motion on the books. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate on...
Speak against it, thank you.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Rebecca to...
Thank you, Mr Chair. We've spoken a lot this morning about the costs involved in condensing this report. And to my mind, the most important cost that we as councillors here today need to consider is the cost of lost opportunity. And time is not our friend in this process. As Councillor Taylor said, we can't afford to drag our heels with this at all. I have confidence in the officers, and given that this is the third version of the scheme and we're continually improving, I have complete confidence that the officers will be able to present us with something that allows us to do our jobs serving this region. Mr Summers' comments about concerns regarding delivery of this scheme, that can be something that we consider when the amended document is returned to Council for endorsement. But I think it would be premature at this stage to eliminate the option of a 12-month condensed timeline without having fully explored that. And finally, I'd say that our job here as councillors is to serve our region. We have significant projects on the horizon and our region is really on a cusp. Those projects include Inland Rail, which will come with 2,000 employees. Now, where are those people going to live? And it would be a terrible failing of us if they end up in camps instead of permanent housing in our city contributing to our economy. There's also increasingly anecdotal evidence of housing shortages So to that end, I move this amended motion so that we can get on with things and do right by our community.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, you'd
Mr.
like
Mayor,
to speak again?
Council's got budgetary pressures all over, all areas of council, and it's very alarming to hear councillors talk about taking funds from other areas at budget reviews, other areas of council business, all of which are important and all of which have pressures. Some of our staff are doing more with less and have hit a wall, and it really isn't something that we should be thinking about. The planning scheme, and this is the second planning scheme for TRC, not the third, the second, it's very important and it guides how our region and how our city develops and grows. That's right. The present planning scheme that we have has had the appropriate amendments made to it, and it actually is serving the purpose, and it will serve the purpose until a new one has come in. A PIA review doesn't have to rely on a planning scheme. To a new planning scheme to come in, that can be done at any time. Is that right, Mr. General Manager? So don't get the two mixed up.
Yep.
Don't get the two mixed up. You sit here and talk about our homeless homes and other things. Put it back where it belongs. That's a PIA review. That's a review. Planning scheme takes time. You have to develop. You have to vision, you have to ask the community, you have to decide where the best place for development to go is. It's not an easy task, and you won't please everyone. And actually, in planning schemes, you find areas that have been put aside that the community no longer wants to live there. So it's always a moving feast, and you have to be actually on the front foot and watching that. So it isn't that the homes are going to be built, or there's going to be lack of development, or there's going to be stifling development in our communities. That's not the case at all. If we're going to do a new planning scheme, and we've decided to, and that's actually what this is about, we need to do it correctly. Our staff have already tried to explain to Council how the process would best work. The reason that the timeline has gone out in the first place mainly is because of budgetary pressure and because everyone's been asked to try to cut some money from their budget to make it all work for our community. That's what we're here for, not for a section of a community, for the whole of the community. And to get the planning scheme right, it will affect, I remember the last planning scheme, mistakes were made, developments and lack of development in areas where it should have been came about because of those mistakes. So we'd be better off not to have that and get it right the first time.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. As previously noted, I believe it's imperative that this scheme be brought to the fore sooner rather than later. We don't want to stifle development. Our region is on the cusp of something really exciting, and there is anecdotal evidence that there is a shortage of housing in our region. We need to do right by our region, and by bringing this essential scheme sooner rather than later, it's imperative to the success of our region. So I put to the Council that it's imperative that we do this sooner rather than later.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Speaker against the motion. Councillor MacDonald.
Keeping in mind, Mr Chair, that I have flagged a further amendment if this doesn't go through. But look, I hear all the comments and I agree that there seems to be some, on the face value, lethargy in regard to timeframes. However, we also need to keep in mind, as Councillor Carroll mentioned, that PIA, which has been under some level of scrutiny, will be addressed and can be addressed at any time, and certainly the local government infrastructure plan, which is the next item, will possibly raise that same comment, and it's to be done in the next 2 years. So therefore, I do feel that those things will be addressed in that time frame, if not before. And the disparity between South East Queensland Plan and Darling Downs Regional Plan highlights that, which is in this report. The reason I've suggested to come forward for public consultation in December 2023 or January 2024, January 2024 is probably better because you won't get much feedback over December, I wouldn't think, is that there's still a further 7 months after that public consultation comes back of the program, another 7 months of it. So just to cut 12 months off a program to go from 5 to 4, there's too many variables in my mind. However, to have a commitment from this council to go out to public consultation in ample time before an election, where, let's face it, that's where we will get some consultation and an opportunity to make adjustments then in the 7 months after the new council is elected. So therefore I flag that amendment if this doesn't go through.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. We have a speaker for the motion. Okay. Well, as Chair, I'll sum up, and this is the time that I wish I wasn't a Chair because I would like to say a lot more, but I'll keep it to a sum up. The staff have more than adequately highlighted to us the risks, and I referred to the councillors around the table last time and would be acutely aware of some of those risks, and would also be acutely aware of some of the costs of the shortcomings of shortening the process, and the staff have indicated to us the shortcomings of that and where that is likely to happen. And on that front-end procurement stage is often detrimental, and I say that proof's in the pudding at the other end of the initiative, and we've experienced numbers of amendments. Councillors, make no mistake about confusing the planning scheme and future need. We already have a planning scheme. It's been a good planning scheme, despite amendments. We do have a plan. We do have a roadmap. We do have structured area for development. We do have a priority infrastructure area. But before I talk about the priority infrastructure area, just summing up, anecdotal evidence, the planning scheme has served us well. It will continue in the interim to serve us well, and we acknowledge the need for change. The PIA can be addressed in 2 years. There's maybe some flexibility around that. The issue, as I see it, and the confusion as pushed by sectors of the community, not the whole community, and that is the issues as I see it, having sat in this portfolio now for the second term over my life in this amalgamated council, is the fact that a lot of this land is in private ownership, and it is a commercial decision. It is commercial reality when developers or landowners choose to bring that to market. It's not councils. By us expanding an area just to try and accommodate some other landowners in priority infrastructure areas is not necessarily the answer. That's a separate issue. We'll get to talk about that. So let's have a go to the vote.
Point of order. Mr Chair, as the mover of the motion.
Sorry, my apologies.
To sum up.
Becker. I did cut you off, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr Chair. Councillors, what's before us today is a decision also taking into account the original recommendation, the proposed amendment that's before you, and the foreshadowed amendment. We have 3 options. We can leave things as they are. We can condense things by 4 months. That's Councillor McDonald's foreshadowed amendment. Or we can try and condense things by 12 months. And that's my amendment that's before us here. Again, I really need to stress to all councillors that we should be very concerned about costs. And I'm talking about the costs of opportunities lost. That's harder to quantify than what this report is going to cost us, but it's a very real figure. And that money that we would generate by bringing forward this scheme 12 months earlier would actually flow back to council as a result of the development. We're not just out of pocket. Councils budget would be boosted by that additional earlier development. And lastly, I hear this talk about sectors of the community with their vested interests, and let's call that for what it is. We're talking about developers, and I resent that because we all live in homes. This isn't just benefiting a particular handful of people. This is designed to benefit the entire region. And Councillor Taylor, in your words, to benefit the entire community. And that is why I've moved this proposed motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Close the debate. We'll now move to the vote. Those in favour of that amended recommendation to... That's 4. The motion is lost.
Mr Chair, I'd like to move a further amendment which in place of, we say here, 5 years to 4 years, condense the process. No, not even say that. Somewhere in there we need to say that for this council to endorse a draft planning scheme for public consultation on or before the end of January 2024. Right to end January 2024, probably, Wendy. That would probably do it.
On or before.
Yeah, on or before. Consultation prior to the end of January. Well, that's fine. Yeah, that covers it, doesn't it?
Does that look... How does that look, Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, that's it. Say that to that. Draft. That looks right. Be endorsed by council prior to. Happy with that?
Happy with that? Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor O'Shea, seconds. Do we want to debate that, councillors? No? Okay. Any comments from the officers, General Manager?
Just checked.
Righto. Okay. So we'll move to a vote on that. Those in favour of that amended motion? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Wow, that's the first one, Heath. Hope the second one's shorter. Thanks, Heath. Would you like to come up, Josie?
Won't cope with it.
I guess I probably should have read that out for the interest sake of the viewers, but could I ask in future that, despite amendments, that the officer could read out for the benefit of those viewing and the gallery, or not so much the gallery, those viewing, the recommendation as put. So at the end, Josie, if you're able to, just notwithstanding if there's debate, but after it's all washed up, we've had the debate, that we...
Just from a protocol, that may not be the officer's recommendation. It'll be the council's recommendation. Yeah. So it should really be your job.
Okay, I was just trying to save myself some work. The officer's there, but I'm happy to do that. Away you go, Josie. Item 4, councillors.
This report is to recommend that council resolve to review the LGIP. So the LGIP is a strategic plan that deals with development infrastructure It's a plan to service development in the most efficient, cost-effective manner. It is also part of the planning scheme. However, it's dealt with under a different part of the Act, which is why we're coming to you with this separate resolution, but is very much being undertaken in conjunction with this review of the planning scheme. This includes a different process for making or amending an LGIP, and that process starts with this resolution from Council to review the LGIP. An LGIP's required to be reviewed every 5 years, unlike the 10-year time frame, and we adopted our LGIP in 2017, so now's the time to start that review to ensure, excuse me, to ensure that we can have a new or updated LGIP in place within the time frame of 2022. So the review itself won't take a long time. It'll take 6 to 8 weeks. We estimate it'll take 6 to 8 weeks. It involves filling out a checklist which has been attached to the report, and you'll notice that some items on that checklist are in relation to the PIA. So we will come back to you after that 6 to 8 weeks review period with a more detailed report on what we think needs to be updated or changed in the LGIP. So the recommendation today is just to commence the review process. It'll be followed by a further report to Council to undertake the amendment, which will give more detail on what that will involve.
Happy to move that, Mr Chair.
Okay, got a mover? Seconder? Move Councillor Taylor, seconder Councillor McMahon. Do we have any questions? Otherwise, debate.
I do.
Question, Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, and it relates back to my question in the previous motion, and that is if this is a 2-year process, that means we're looking at 2 years before we actually have a review of the PIA. Is that right?
It will be 2 years before there is a formally adopted new PIA in the LGIP. The review will commence. The conversation that we're having with the development industry and with the community will start soon because we are undertaking the growth plan, which looks at one of the elements of the PIA, which is it has adequate land supply. And without guessing what the LGIP review will come up with on the adequacy of our PIA, I think that the work coming out of the next year in the strategic planning studies that we're doing is going to give us some pretty firm evidence one way or another as to how we need to change our PIA. Once we understand the land supply, we also need to understand the cost to service the growth that we predict with development infrastructure, and that will require a financial analysis of whether we can afford to service development given all things considered, including infrastructure charges which are paid by developers for that same growth.
Follow up if I could. So my concern with all of this is, as I expressed earlier, there are people unable to get houses, people unable to rent houses, people who have been renting houses are being asked to leave their house so that the owners can sell them because there's such a market for it. Out in Pittsworth, all the developable land has been sold. I was talking to a real estate agent this morning. All the land that's actually capable of having a house built on it have been sold. There's a fellow working at Pittsworth who drives from Gatton every day because he can't get a house there. This is happening across not only Pittsworth but Toowoomba as well. And, you know, the developers have been in, they've talked to us, they've tried to explain this to us. I know personally that this is what's going on. I'm experiencing it myself with my own family. This is of concern, and if we're looking at 2 years and Inland Rail is coming our way and other projects are trying to come here as well, I just wonder how we're going to deal with this if we've got to wait 2 years. And I know we can't just jump in and rush these things, but I think there has to be a more expeditious way to get outcomes that can alleviate this concern.
I might take that on initially anyway. Councillor, The PIA, the fact that land is not inside the PIA does not mean it can't be developed. It can be developed. The PIA is an indication of the financial commitments, I guess, that council is making to rolling out trunk infrastructure. And even if we increased the boundary of the PIA, that needs to be reviewed by Treasury to make sure that, and not only do we roll out the PIA, but we also have a schedule of works which is broken into 5, 10 and 15-year cohorts. It's as much a financial plan as it is a land use plan or an infrastructure rolling out plan, because it needs to be approved not just by council but also by Treasury to make sure that council is not overreaching in terms of the commitments it's making to rolling out trunk. That's hence a very careful look. The state government has a very careful look at that boundary, because along with it goes that commitment. We've had an example a couple of times, or we have current examples of where developers are looking at developing land that's outside the PIA. And it's possible, but what it means is that the developer has to pick up those, bring forward costs to actually bring that land to market. They need to roll out the sewer, trunk sewer and trunk water and what have you at their cost to actually bring that land to market. There's the other issue about the shortage of land, shortage of maybe residential lots at the moment, is simply one where the development industry has been marking time for about 3 years in terms of demand. The federal government came out 6 months ago with an initiative that has stimulated the market incredibly right across Australia, and developers are scrambling to construct additional stages to their developments to be able to bring to market allotments. I think we'll see over the next 3 to 6 months a lot of land, a lot of residential lots coming to the market which will start to be taken up by builders. It's an issue of demand over the last 3 years, and really what I don't think by changing the boundary of the PIA we're going to do much at this stage, but that's what will come through with the review. And but honestly, I think we shouldn't feel that we're waiting for the PIA to change before land can develop. Development permits can be granted outside the PIA.
Question?
Question, yeah, probably a question, comment, maybe a bit rolled into both, I guess. The stage 1, 6 to 8 weeks, Josie, would that then, that report or review, would that come back to answer some of those questions where we're hearing two sides of an argument as to our land supply or developable land supply? Would that be, at that point, we'd get a better understanding?
No.
Right.
I think 6 to 8 weeks is not a lot of time to answer that question, I think. The 6 to 8 weeks is a backward-looking process to look at our current LGIP against the compliance checklist to see where does it comply, where does it need some more work done on it to answer some of those questions. So it's a very broad brush, high look at the current LGIP and how we might want to make it a better LGIP in the future.
I just have a follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I could. So that will, in some part, answer the questions, though, because some of the commentary that's been flowing has been that we don't have land supply. So if this is backward focused, it will identify what land supply was required and what land supply we actually have. That would be the review?
The review will determine what studies need to be undertaken to answer that question. similar to when, I guess Heath was here a year ago, where he came and said we need to undertake a review of the planning scheme, and now he's come back to you with some detail on how that is going to be undertaken, including what strategic studies need to be informed.
I guess the question, if I could, at which point would we get some sort of clarity around the differing views of Councillor Summerfield's articulated it very well, anecdotally of what we've heard, and we've certainly heard from the development sector. So at which point in this process do you think we would get clarity around that?
I think if I could answer that, Councillor, the regional growth plan will review what we have in the way of current land supply again. It'll clearly indicate what we have and going forward what we will need up to the year 2051. So that's the document that we will be bringing the development industry and the community and other people along on the journey in particular, because it's a critical document that will feed into the LGIP and will certainly be a base upon which the new planning scheme will be based, but also it'll feed information into the transport strategy and the water futures work that's being done by Water and Waste. That's the critical document that will be reviewing land availability. And I think, even Michael Matusik, if you looked at his figures the other day, there's still he was talking about 3 years of supply in the system. But he came to a different conclusion for whatever reason. But basically, the state government and our own planners are not overly concerned at this stage about land supply. It's available. Where the issue is being able to roll out the land, roll out individual allotments because of the time it takes to construct residential neighbourhoods. The roads, the water, the sewerage, the stormwater, the parks and everything that goes with it. You can't switch them on and off. And what's happened, we've had a slack in demand for the last few years. The demand suddenly picked up. All the lots that were available for sale have been picked up by builders and what have you. And council officers are busily approving new plans, operational works and what have you. And we'll be having a few, certainly by Christmas, another couple of hundred lots will be approved. Providing the federal government continues the program, I guess we'll be looking to roll out more and more of those plans as the development industry gets for additional stages in their developments approved.
I guess just from a time frame of when that might be.
The regional growth plan, as Heath said, will be about the middle of next year.
Sure. Okay.
But it will certainly know well before then, because we'll be bringing council on the journey as to what the current situation is with land developable land and what may be required up to the year 2051.
Okay.
We'll know that before the middle of next year, because that material will certainly come to the fore early.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Paul, I overlooked you there before, but my comments just before I go to you before about a regular touch point for councillors in understanding that the regional growth plan, the LGIP, the planning scheme are all contingent upon each other, but can be worked on separately. I would very much reiterate it won't be just about the planning scheme, these monthly updates for councillors. It'll be about some of these other items that we're discussing, and that growth plan is very, very important. That informs the other two. Sorry, Councillor Paul, I overlooked you.
Look, I just want to make a comment, and I sat through that 3.5 hours of Michael Matusik, and it wasn't necessarily one of the more pleasant meetings I've ever been to in my life. I think you'd agree, Stuart, but he spoke about zombie developments, and there are, in my association with real estate people in town, where I see them occasionally at breakfast, good land sells quickly, it sells well. How would we manage some of those developments that are not good developments? Can we change the rules in some way? That's question one. Question two is in respect to Pittsworth. Now, I'd imagine that there would be land that would be available for development at Pittsworth, and that nobody has done it. But certainly the current situation, which I think has been exacerbated by the incentives of the federal government, would certainly provide that incentive for that land to be done. When I look at Millmerran, there's a Mill Pond estate that I think was built by the Hall family. I don't think it's got a house on it yet. That might reflect more on the where Millmerran is at this point in time. But in saying that, I wouldn't mind knowing about how we can manage some of these so-called zombie estates. And there are some estates, and you'd remember post the previous election, we went for a drive out into one of the estates, and I was absolutely shocked to see the outcome there. That outcome will slowly go downhill with the buildings that are there, and I think we'll be one day having some issues in some of those areas. So Pittsworth and the zombie estates, if you could answer that please, Mr GM.
Thank you for those questions, Mr Mayor. The zombie estates is an unfortunate term. I think what they're saying is they're estates that are located in areas that, from the aesthetics viewpoint, are probably not the best location and favoured by many people. A decision taken by a developer to develop that area certainly has happened in a number of cases, and you've got to wonder why in those cases. But look, it's a commercial decision taken by a commercial entity. In one of the cases, I know they're coming back to council to renegotiate the form of development from a detached housing style to an over 50s style, which may in fact be a better approach in some of those areas, because you can actually build your environment into a gated community. You can landscape it and what have you, and you control all those sort of issues that go with some of those areas, the black soil and the westerly aspects, and maybe being a bit close to the bypass. In terms of Pittsworth, yes, as far as I know, there's undeveloped residentially zoned land. There's a couple of issues with Pittsworth. One is price point. It's very expensive to develop land, and you need to have a guaranteed minimum price to be able to cover your costs and make a profit. Otherwise you don't develop. Or if you do develop, you go broke. So there's a bit of an issue there. And also, not everyone who has their land zoned residential wants to sell or develop it straight away. We know that's the case in Toowoomba, and we have one or two developers, fair-sized developers, who actually have a fair land holding across council, and a lot of that land is ideal for development. And it will come to the market, I guess, once demand has proven itself to be somewhat sustainable. So I'm not sure whether I've answered all your questions properly, but...
Well, that's okay.
Yep.
I'll go to Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. So either to GM Summers or Josie, please. My first question, I think, may have been covered. It was just going back to another point that I spoke to last time we talked about this, was an audit of the available land. But I think that's been covered by Councillor McDonald and discussed with the Regional Growth Plan. So I'll be looking forward to that prior to middle of next year, because I think it's quite urgent. My next question would be about the financial analysis that you were talking about, Josie, that will be undertaken through this process. Does that include how the infrastructure charges are levied to the developer or the commercial entity when developing?
Yes, so Council's charging policy forms part of the modelling that we do for the financial analysis in what is called our Schedule of Works model. And it estimates under current charging policy what we can expect to recuperate in infrastructure charges from the predicted growth. The growth pattern that we've determined is the most efficient growth pattern. It then looks at a cost recovery in a broad sense of what that looks like against expenditure of infrastructure required to service that growth. And if we find that there's not, that it's too expensive to service the growth that we've predicted, we go back and have another look at how we adjust that to make sure that we get financial sustainability outcomes, because that is one of the items on the checklist that we need to demonstrate that council is not going broke in servicing the growth that we predict.
So that financial analysis will form part of that, and
It forms, the financial analysis schedule of works model is an attachment to the LGIP, so it's available on council's website. It's an extrinsic material to the LGIP when it gets adopted into the planning scheme.
Yep, and if I could add, it's combed through by Treasury officials because it does form part of council's financial sustainability. And one of the issues Toowoomba does have that's a little bit unique is that we have a large number of development fronts which are legacies from having 8 councils make up this council. Each and every one of the previous councils seem to want to have a little bit of urban development next to Toowoomba. And so what that's done is given us about 8 or 9 development fronts, which if we were to try and roll out infrastructure to all those development fronts, it would become horrendously expensive. So we're going to be in the game of picking winners, I think, going forward, and looking at the best model for rolling out infrastructure, the trunk infrastructure I'm talking about, which council has to pay for, going forward. And that will feed into the sustainability model that we have to build.
thank you, GM Summers. Just to follow up with that, I just wanted to see if that is part of the purview of going forward and having a look at the financial analysis, because Toowoomba and the region does that slightly differently to what the Gold Coast and Brisbane and Sunshine Coast do when it comes to infrastructure charges and how it's levied to the commercial entities or the developer. So I just wanted to understand whether that is something that will be looked at through this process.
Actually, all those cities operate under the same legislation, so it wouldn't be too different. One of the issues that local government faces, of course, is that the state government introduced caps. Now, the original PIP arrangement, the granddaddy of the LGIPs, in the very first iteration that came out from the state government was councils were to work through the cost of providing services to various areas, and that would form the basis of the charges. However, those charges worked out in many cases to be $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a lot. Consequently, the development industry had a big dummy spit over that, and the state government came back and put a cap of $28,000 on that. So it really turned it from a cost exercise and an exercise of trying to reflect the actual cost of developing different land in different locations to a tax.
On our community.
Thank you. Just a comment, just following up on that, was so basically we will be doing an analysis on how that is levied going forward?
When we do the financial analysis model and run it, and as we said, we test the affordability, there are a number of strategies we can have if we're finding it's not affordable, including re-looking at the standards of the infrastructure we're providing to provide more cost-effective infrastructure. One is reducing the size of the growth area that we're servicing, which is a reduction of the PIA, the commitment to invest and service in more specific areas. But a really important one is to review our charging policy to see if there's anything we can do with our charging policy to try and recover more costs to service that development. They're the three things that we will look at.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you to the General Manager. Along those lines, in August, Council considered a report on the amendment to infrastructure charges, and we were given an undertaking that we would receive that report back this month, November, and we have not. Could you comment on that, please, Mr Summers?
Do you know what that relates to,
Is this...
Josie?
It's how it's paid.
This is on industrial.
Industrial and...
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about industrial land. Yes, that will be coming to the December round of council meetings. I do apologise. The officers are still working on that at the moment, and we need to come to council before. We need to brief council on it, I think, to get an understanding of the direction we're going in, and also we have given an undertaking to have a quick discussion with the UDIA before we bring it back to council. So they want to sort of have a general idea of how it might work before we bring it back. So I'm aiming at the December round. Hopefully we can achieve that.
That's unfortunate, in my opinion, given some of the economic pressures that our region finds itself under at the moment. And perhaps to that end, given that we are in the middle of trying to recover from COVID, unfortunately, I probably will propose a foreshadow a motion at the ordinary meeting next week that considers some sort of response as part of a pandemic response to address...
Councillor Rebecca, we're talking about this morning,
yes,
the LGIP. This isn't, you're talking about another component of charges. We're working through the LGIP, so can I ask that you hold that thought and by all means, if you wish, put that motion forward in the appropriate way through Wendy and we can address it at that time. But we're here talking about the LGIP and the review, which is really important for us to actually begin that so Josie can go away and start that process.
With respect, Mr Chair, I understand that, but we as councillors were given...
Councillor Rebecca, the General Manager give you a reasonable and honest reason why it wasn't forthcoming. He apologised. I don't know what else we do, but we're here discussing the LGIP review this right now.
Correct.
So
I am entitled to ask that question, Mr Chair.
I didn't say you weren't. I'm bringing the meeting back on course about what we're here for, this particular topic, and that is the review of the LGIP. Thank you. Councillor McDonald, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I just was clarifying what I think Councillor Melissa was talking about, which I think we got to know the cause. You're mentioning developer and commercial. I think you're referring to the RAL and the MCU stage of planning, I would suggest, which is around what we just spoke about, which is coming in December. That's what we're talking about. I just wanted clarification, but it seems that's exactly where...
For industry only.
That's right, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. I was wondering where that was as well. So.
Okay, do we
Thank you.
have any more questions? Otherwise we
Motion, I think.
need to... did we get a motion?
Yes, you did. I moved it. I don't know.
Moved and Councillor McMahon seconded it. Yes, that's right. So any more questions or do we need to have some debate? Or
I think we have.
if not, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thanks, Josie. Next item. This iPad keeps bombing out on me. Heritage Advisory Committee, appointment of the committee members. Over to you, Michelle. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. The Heritage Advisory Committee report for your consideration today outlines the expressions of interest that have been received for the committee, and it recommends appointments for the current term. Back in June, Council endorsed the re-establishment of the Heritage Advisory Committee and appointed Councillor O'Hara Sullivan as the chair and Councillor Carl to the committee. Expressions of interest were sought for the positions on the committee in line with the terms of reference that were endorsed at the June meeting. And those expressions of interest were sought from a variety of representatives, including state agencies, the National Trust, local heritage groups, professionals, community and Indigenous representatives. The expressions of interest processed included advertising in the local newspapers and social media, as well as direct contact with relevant organisations, professional groups and community groups. 18 nominations were received and these have been considered. A full list of the nominations are included in the confidential attachment to that report. The recommendation today is for the appointment of those various positions in accordance with the terms of reference and as outlined in recommendation number 1, the various positions for the Heritage Advisor, the State Representative, National Trust Representative, 3 representatives from the Historical Society, 2 professional representatives, 1 representative from an Indigenous community and 3 representatives from the broader community. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions, councillors? No?
I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor Shine, just beat you. Those in...
I'd just like to make a comment, Mr Chair. We've got all these things here and really is inappropriate to comment because one part of it's confidential and one is open. So I find that a little bit unusual and I was going to ask some questions but I won't.
Well,
we'd have to go into closed meeting.
Well, that's up to you, Councillor Taylor. I fully understand the reasoning for that confidential component because we're talking about individuals. But if you'd like to, we can adjourn it and...
To nothing.
Yeah? Are you... Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm okay, thanks. This might have been a nice opportunity to bring some newer people in, that was all.
I'm happy to adjourn it if that's the feeling of majority of the room. If you want to discuss any individual... No, you're okay? Righto. Let's vote on the matter. Those in favour of the officer's recommendations? It's carried. Item 6, and then we adjourn the meeting. Let's roll this one, councillors. You okay? And then we'll have a short break at the adjournment.
Okay, I'll keep it short. Basically, the number of lots sealed, which are the lots that go to market or are marketable straight up, has dropped from 109 in August to 21 in September. I do understand that there are a fair number of lots waiting to be sealed at the moment, which should come through this month. House approvals have risen. In August we had 49 detached dwellings and 6 units. In September we had 53, so there's a slight increase there. Number of lots approved through the RAL process, planning approval for lots, compares 151 in September and 7 in August, so there was a fair jump from August to September. Building approvals in August to September saw a bit of a drop from 246 to 197, which is shown on graph 13 there. Interestingly, though, the value of buildings keeps increasing, so it's an incline rather than a decline. So, but the figures are August 36 million and September 39 million. So, look, I might leave it there. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to the stats?
GM, could you give me a bit of an idea on the number of blocks that are pending being sealed?
I did ask the the staff this morning that question. I think we're looking at between now and Christmas and possibly in the new year about 300 lots.
Well, that's critical, of course, to the program that's being run by the federal government.
That's right. It's a matter of developers getting the next stages designed up by their consultants into council for approval, and ultimately they need to construct and have the plan sealed. In fact, they can sell off the plan, developers, once they have their operational works approvals approved, but they obviously can't execute those contracts until the works have been completed and on maintenance.
The question was brought out of some concerns that were expressed to me by real estate people who hold a lot of land.
I can't hear you, sorry, Mr Mayor.
The question was put to me by real estate people who were concerned that some of these people may have missed that opportunity for that federal government incentive.
Well, a couple of the development industry figures I talk with regularly are very, very confident that the federal government is going to extend that program to June of next year. I hope they're right, because it's been a really good fillip to the industry.
Any further questions, councillors? If not, it's for noting. Moved Councillor Antonio, second Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. Could I have a motion to adjourn the Planning and Development? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Let's take a 10 minute break, Mr CEO. 10-minute break. Thanks, Councillor.
of that third one, mate.
Okay, councillors, we're back online, Brendan. Thank you. Welcome to the Water and Waste Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council for November. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to acknowledge Mayor Antonio, Deputy Mayor McDonald, Portfolio Lead Councillor Summerfield, fellow councillors. We've got council officers Ray Stevenson and Peter Quinlan here. And, Paul, Paul Quinlan here. General Manager Platts and General Manager Summers and Brady also. So welcome everybody. I'd like to acknowledge and welcome everybody who's also live streaming. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarowair peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples, and we join with you in celebrating NAIDOC Week. Do we need to go back through the apology and the leave of absence? We do, okay. So we have an apology from Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. May I have a motion? Thank you, Councillor McDonald, a seconder. Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? Carried. We'll deal with some declarations. Councillor Summerfield, as I understand it, you'd have a declaration to make in regard to item number 5, the confidential new energy generation tender stage 1 assessment report.
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Would you like me to read that now?
Please.
I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because of a receipt of a gift that does not, or election donation, that does not amount to the prescribed conflict of interest from another person who has an interest in this matter. The particulars, the name of the other person, FK Gardner and Sons, the nature of my relationship with the other person is the director of the company as a friend. The nature of this other person's interest in this matter is that the company is a potential partner with one of the firms that responded to Council's invitation to tender for the new energy generation project. The gift election donation was given to me prior to the 2016 local government election, and the value of the gift or election donation was $5,400. With the changes in legislation effective the 12th of October 2020, donations prior to the last election are no longer recorded on our register of interests. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may A, participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or B, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Do any councillors have questions for Councillor Summerfield before she leaves the chamber?
Actually don't have to leave.
Oh, we don't?
We get to the item.
Now, this is our new world. Any questions for Councillor Summerfield, please? If not, I'll ask Councillor Summerfield to leave the room while we...
Leave I have to under the...
Oh, while we vote?
That's one of the new changes, is that they've stayed in the room
But we now go to the vote.
whilst the councillor's in the room.
Yep.
Righto. Councillor Carl?
Through you, Chair. Sorry. Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Summerfield, in your mind, do you believe you can vote, what's the word I'm looking for? Impartially. Thank you. Impartially on this matter, given you stated that you have a friendship with the gentleman that give you an election donation. I'm aware of that legislation. Do you feel as though you can vote impartially, given the nature of your friendship? What is that? And from past association, would you vote clearly on this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carl. Yes, I do believe I can be involved impartially on this. I have spoken to Mr Gardner probably twice in the last 12 months. So I have very limited contact with him these days.
Nothing further, councillors? So now we move to voting whether Councillor Summerfield stays in the room.
I'm happy to move that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Antonio. Do I have a seconder that Councillor Summerfield remain in the room and participate? Councillor Taylor, thank you. All those in favour? It's unanimous. And Mayor Antonio, can we articulate some of the reasons for you moving that motion?
I quite frankly believe that Councillor Summerfield's contact with that particular individual does not, in my view, demonstrate very clearly, whilst there was a donation some time ago, the association with the FKT in the meantime has not been a consequence, in my view.
Thank you, Mayor Antonio. Wendy, does that suffice? All were in favour, is that correct? We have to do a division of the vote. I believe everybody, sorry, councillors, can I see a show of hands again supporting Mayor Antonio? It was, yes, it was unanimous.
And that I didn't vote.
And that you can vote, that's correct. Okay, so that one's dealt with. The next is me. And this relates to item 6 on the agenda, which is the confidential raw water connections on trunk mains report. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The particulars are the name of the related party, Mr. Kensley Vonhoff. The nature of my relationship with the related party is Mr. Vonhoff is my deceased grandfather's cousin's son. So my grandfather's cousin's son. The nature of the related party's interests in this matter are Mr. Vonhoff is listed in the involved parties, attachment 1 of 2 in the report. And I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter. And councillors, I can speak to this very briefly before I take questions. So I've outlined the connection with Mr. Vonhoff. Like several councillors, my family has many relatives across our region. For me, Vonhoffs predominantly live north of Toowoomba, Highfields, Kabala, Hampton, Groomsville, Kabala, Peachy, Crow's Nest, precisely where the bulk of the Toowoomba Regional Council's water infrastructure is located. Mr. Kensley Vonhoff is one of 52 parties involved in the connection to the raw water infrastructure. I have visited his property and can speak to the issues I believe are important us as councillors who serve our region consider today. Having also visited several other properties, I have intimate knowledge of the issues that relate to other involved parties. That detailed knowledge of the country in this area, the businesses, the agriculture, and as chair of the Water and Waste Committee, I have considerable knowledge of the pertinent issues relative to our deliberations in this matter. I believe I can act in an impartial manner to best serve and respond to the residents in our region. I'll take questions.
I just ask a question, and it's not actually of you, Councillor Rebecca, but rather of the CEO, Brian. The options up there, and I noted they were the same in mine, was 1 and 2, but I believe there's actually 3 options now in relation to this. One is may stay in the room and participate and vote. One is may stay in the room and participate but not vote, and that one's never included, and I believe that that's been overlooked. I'm not suggesting that that's the case for Councillor Rebecca, I'm just saying that people do have the option of staying in the room throughout the decision making, but abstain from voting because they have knowledge. Once again, I'm not suggesting that's the case for Councillor Rebecca. I'm just saying that we need to update those options.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say something too through to the CEO. How close does the relationship have to be? Your grandfather's cousin's son. I mean, to be quite honest with you, the mayor was the second cousin to my husband. So, I mean, at the end of the day, how close does the relationship have to be before you start to call that into question? So Brian, I really mean this. That's a very tenuous link. Grandfather's cousin's son.
I'll just go back to the advice that we were given from the department previously, and one of the first tests is, could a reasonable person think that the councillor has a bias in this decision? And that's one of those considerations, would be how close a relative that person is. Ultimately, it will be the council that determines what's acceptable, and is that decision consistent with the practices that they've had in these chambers in the past. But that is a good question, and it goes back to satisfying yourselves that a reasonable person would think that you wouldn't have a bias. There's some other questions there about how close is a councillor's relationship. That's the question, but the answer, I suppose, has to be set by the chamber. And is it an interest unique to the councillor or related party, or an interest that's shared by the community? And obviously, is there any benefit to the person that's involved? So they're the kind of questions that council needs to apply its mind to consider this.
Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the CEO again. Brian, for my mind, the question is not about how tenuous or distant the relationship is. Without divulging the details of the confidential report, the question that comes to my mind, and if I put myself in this situation, would I be likely to, because a family member's involved, would I be likely to vote against a family member in favour of the officer's recommendation? That's the question I would need to ask myself as a councillor sitting around the table. It's not about how remote the relationship is. I think the more pertinent question to ask oneself, and that's exactly what I would do if I found myself in the same situation.
Being honest.
Mayor Antonio.
Madam Chair, look, I think the association here is so remote. You share the same name. As you know, I met someone who shared the same name as me yesterday at Wagner's, and born and bred in Fiji. So I'm hardly likely to step away from that. But you do have a relationship with this person. I have enough faith in you that you are pragmatic enough not to be influenced by that relationship. It's very remote. As far as I'm concerned, I'm quite comfortable to move that you stay in the room. You make a choice as to whether you vote or you don't vote. But I think you can contribute to this particular debate, having done the research you've done. So I'm happy with that.
Thank you. I believe actually it's councillors who decide whether or not I vote as well. Is that correct?
You're just not allowed to vote.
Can we have clarity on that, please, CEO?
Council can determine whether the person must leave, whether the person can stay and vote, but they can also can have other conditions that they may wish to apply. So if council thinks it's appropriate that Councillor Von Hoff could offer some benefit by participating in the debate, but thinks that there may be perception that there's a conflict there, that a reasonable person may believe, then they could ask for an input, but determine that the councillor can't vote on the matter but can input into the matter. So that's up to the council.
Sorry, I was confused about that before. I thought you meant whether Councillor Rebecca could vote whether she stays in the room or not. All right, I withdraw.
Okay. Councillor McDonald.
I'm happy to second the Mayor's motion.
Okay. So we have Mayor Antonio and Councillor McDonald moving and seconding that I stay in the room, participate in conversation and vote on the matter. Is that correct?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's your choice. You have an option to vote. I'm comfortable you have an option to vote. Very comfortable indeed.
We actually should get Councillor...
Yeah, Nancy should be.
Councillor Summerfield, would you mind chairing this? And do I leave the room or do I just stay somewhere in the background?
Just makes it easier. It doesn't put the other
So, councillors, we have a mover and a seconder. Are there any more questions before we actually go to the vote? No? Okay, so those in favour of Councillor Rebecca staying in the room and voting? Carried.
Need to get this division.
So the only one who voted against
Division of the vote.
was Councillor Carl. Yeah.
Who's the only one against?
Yep.
Right. And reasons, we just need reasons.
Okay, Councillor Antonio, could you provide reasons?
Well, I think I enunciated those reasons, and I'm sure that Wendy would have picked that up. I don't see a strong enough connection between Rebecca or Councillor Von Hoff and her grandfather's cousin's nephew. That's right.
Son.
Relation.
Son.
Doesn't spell that out. I don't think that's a strong enough connection. And the other thing I would suggest that the work that Councillor Von Hoff has done, give her some knowledge of the issues out there, which is valuable in the decision-making process.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Antonio. And I'll now hand back over to Councillor Rebecca to chair the meeting.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We move on to item number 3 on the agenda, the Torrington Sewering Program. We're going to have the Manager of Strategic Water Planning and Capital Delivery, Ray Stevenson, present this report. Over to you. Thank you, Ray. You need some water?
That's all good. Good morning, councillors. Again, thank you for your time. The purpose of the report today is to seek council's consideration to resolve some issues created by unsewered residential and small lots within the Torrington area. Over recent years, council has sewered Gary Junction, Kingsthorpe, part of Industrial Estate at Pittsworth, parts of Westbrook. Our network has been extended to remove pump-out tanks in Charlton and Maringan Dam West. This has reduced ongoing costs and increased revenue for council, but importantly, has resolved environmental issues created by on-site wastewater management systems being located on inappropriately sized lots potentially, and has also stifled development. As part of a larger project that's been considered in proximity to existing sewers, we have some known environmental issues, development possibilities, business expansions, and potential to expand our existing network to cater for additional land. For additional load. The Torrington area has been identified as a high priority as part of a much larger sewering program. These areas include, but obviously aren't limited, to Carrington Road, Cumnors Road, western side of Boundary Street, Hillman Street, Molloy Street and Riley Street. There are some photographs and maps on the back of the document. The Torrington industrial area is subject to several development applications. Some applicants are willing to assist council in the sewering program. However, others will require council's input. It is important to sewer these areas where financially viable and to protect the environment, ensuring public health and allow for business growth. As these are the headwaters to the Murray-Darling system, again, it's very important for our region to contribute to and improve water quality. Further, the expansion of the sewage network will stimulate growth not only for residential development, but significantly for non-residential development. This would allow businesses to grow and provide more jobs for the region. The recommendation is that Council endorse the sewering program for the Torrington area, please see attachment 2, and undertake on a prioritisation basis as budgets allow.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ray. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I support all this, of course, but I think the recommendation needs another clause in there in thinking this should be somewhat a user pay. How are we going to recoup this money? It adds value to the land and fixes a problem that probably is the responsibility of the owners, and now it's been broken down, so that it's not performing the way it should, and they haven't got enough room. So, shouldn't we have in there in the recommendation and look at? I guess it doesn't preclude it, but at the end of the day, this should come at a cost.
Understand.
To those properties. Council's not a charity, and when you put sewage or something in anywhere else, you have to pay for it, and that's what you pay when you have developed land. That's the reason you pay so much for the block of land. And you go and have a piece of rural land, it's quite cheap, and that's what you pay for. So at the end of the day, this is an advantage to everyone there on that property, advantage to the health, to the value of the property, and to the way they do business. So I think there should be a contribution there.
Understand.
Councillor Taylor, are you proposing an addition to the recommendation?
Yes, I think it probably should be quite strategic, I suppose, because we can get to that as we get there, but I don't think in any way that Council should be doing this at no cost. And I might ask the CEO and the General Manager to guide my words, my amendment there, or addition, because I think at the end of the day, it's a desirable thing to do, and we need to do it, but there needs to be a contribution.
Thank you. I'll hand over then to General Manager Platts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. When we discussed this as an ELT, and I do recall now that I've omitted to actually put in a second recommendation there, which was words in the nature of that a paper would be brought back to Council to consider the pricing and the infrastructure connection. I apologise to the CEO, I was supposed to have done that late last week, I got a bit distracted. I will just work with Wendy and come up with some suitable wording, if I may.
So, sorry, Madam Chair, the CEO is just putting some wording up there, so Mr Platts, would you just have a look at that?
Do we need to specify a date, a time frame, at a future committee, Water and Waste Committee meeting? Mayor Antonio.
Could I ask, when this land was developed, did the infrastructure charges reflect the need for this sort of infrastructure by us, or did they not?
I don't believe so. That was part of the John Darien Shire.
Councillor Summerfield.
Yes, thank you. This is a very important program moving forward in relation to expanding those businesses out there. A number of on that road, actually on Carrington Road, actually came and met with Councillor Rebecca and myself and a number of officers to discuss what could be done, and it was refreshing to hear that so much of the planning work has already been done previously, and so there is opportunity for this to actually get underway quite quickly, so that would be very helpful. But my question is around the there is potential in BR1 for $500,000 to go towards this project. I'm just wondering what that would actually deliver.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Nancy. There's essentially two halves to the Carrington Road sewer. The $500,000 allocated BR1 is the Robson-Hersley Road? Robson-Hersley Road down, well, it's all downhill to the large roundabout where there's a pump station. That's part of an existing development location. This proposal here is the last remaining section and surrounds Boundary Street, Carrington Road, Molloy Street, Finn Court, etc., which is the bottom end into Toowoomba.
So, clarifying, you're saying that the BR1 money will go towards Carrington and Finn?
To Carrington Road, yes, and Robson-Hersley, where there's a behind Carrington Road, there's a existing development application. So that allocation there in BR1 is to move that project on and get it started. This proposal here is the bottom end, the last remaining piece of Carrington Road.
Okay, so is there any idea of timeline of getting the Carrington Road done, given that those businesses are waiting?
Yep, I just need to get it on the books so I can start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carl and then Councillor Shine.
Through you, Madam Chair, question to either of the officers. Do we know some of the sentiment of the landowners that will be affected there? If so, or I guess that's one question. The other question is, what sort of consultation will we be undertaking and the timing of that around this in relation to staged, prioritised upgrades? The reason why I'm asking is, last term I'd suggest we take some learnings away from Kingsthorpe with the sewering of that and some of the misunderstandings and some of the objections that go along with that, because as I understand it, they will be on a price path for utility charges around future sewering for the installation of this. So I guess there's a number of points there in that question. How are we going to handle that in the future? Given this is a legacy from John Darien days, and it was never ever thought of, the extent of growth there.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Bell, for your question. So your first part of your question, I'm not aware of any negative sentiment from the owners of that land. We'll find out, absolutely. And for the last half, there will be extensive community consultation and discussions with landowners there about potential pipeline paths and pickup points and where the infrastructure needs to go. So certainly if there are any objections or problems, they will be absolutely ironed out before anything is put in the ground.
I guess my greater concern is not so much about the installation of the infrastructure itself, is that as long as we're messaging up front and clearly to the business owners and constituents out there that there will be a price path for their future sewerage charges that they will need to be able to meet, obviously. And that encompasses part of Councillor Taylor's questioning before.
Yeah, agree, Councillor, absolutely.
Councillor Carl, I might just get General Manager Platts to give you some additional information on this.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Carl. There's three elements that we'll bring back to the chamber. One is the contribution to infrastructure, the infrastructure charges, and that's the first and highest charge we'd be considering, and what contribution is fair, reasonable, what helps alleviate public health and safety and environmental concerns as well. And the second part of that is what is the connection charge when we cut in and connect that property to the sewerage. And the third is the annual ongoing sewerage charge. So there's three elements to that. We'll bring those back in a report for the connection of this and other regions. We have other regions that we'll bring through during a future chapter of the water vision to consider that as an approach across TRC.
Thank you, Mr. Platts. Councillor Shine, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Having regard to that explanation, there's more to be considered than the figures in the table, totaling 4.434 million. Those three aspects that you've just raised, General Manager. So, and we are to consider that at another date in time. Because I persuaded by the argument of Councillor Taylor that, and the report itself, it says that the value of these properties will increase because of the sewering of the properties. They were purchased at a time when the value reflected the fact that they weren't sewered, and there's a substantial gain. My maths are correct, somewhere between around about $22,000 to $43,000 per allotment there. If these are substantial businesses, I wouldn't have thought that that amount was prohibitive, bearing in mind the apparent gains in value and productivity to be gained. But I do, so we will again consider this. We won't determine this today by the sound of it. But while we're here, why is it that the costs will vary between priority 1, 2 and 3 from around about, as I said, if my maths are correct, between about 22,000 to about 43,000? Is it distance from source?
I think we're going to get Paul up to speak to that. Councillor Shine. Thank you, Paul.
Hi. The main reason for the cost variation between the three options is, well, some of it has some fairly sizable trunk mains, so a 300mm gravity main, whereas others are what we call pressure mains, so they are much shallower, so you don't have the big construction costs, so, and obviously the length of those.
Just in determining the recommendations that we will consider in the future, would you try to make it equal for all, or would you reflect the differing costs, as Paul has explained?
Councillor Shine, you're referring to those priority 1, 2, 3 and the...
Councillors, fundamentally what you're now moving into is what is the fair price of an infrastructure charge? Is it direct attribution, or is it a postage stamp across the region? It's a broader context that I would like to discuss at a future point with General Manager Summers and myself and General Manager either Pratap or Ryan. It is a tariff, a fairness and equity. We're also dealing with environmental impact and public health and safety. There are differing numbers of meterage. We haven't got the meterages in there of what the size of the trunk main is and how far it is and how distant it is between those customers. A simple average between them, Councillor Shine, is not necessarily the best mathematical solution, and direct attribution of things like that to infrastructure charges, we have to work within the legislation. So may I take all of those things as a question on notice for a subsequent conversation with Chamber, and I think that the second resolution there would be adequate to allow for that conversation to be had.
Thank you, Mr Platts. Thanks, Mr Quinlan. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My question's probably a bit generic, but whether it's to whichever of the officers, just in the report when I looked at sort of the issues, and we looked under environmental, and I suppose the part that sort of stuck out to me that I found a little alarming was that the line where it says, in the past there's been some modification to a relaxation of or disregard of the standards. As a result, there are numerous locations throughout the region which do not meet the current standards. So we've talked a couple of times already about public health and safety and that environmental concern. I guess my question is, should that be of concern? Is this a sleeping giant, or am I over looking too much into that?
Thank you, Councillor. So regulations change and become tighter as we move on. Building sizes change, amount of available land that you need for infiltration trenches changes, and they generally don't get any smaller. The problems arise where you've got a business of this size and it becomes this size. You need to provide additional infrastructure and different infiltration properties. So the businesses will struggle to expand without having a lot of extra space. So we need to be catching up in the background to ensure that what they have is appropriate and suitable.
So, sorry, just something. So,
Councillor O'Shea, may I go a little bit further with that response? It's a very, very good question. The water and the sewerage business is a preventative health business. Engineers save more lives than any medical profession in the world. And the health benefits of a sewerage system where the effluent is taken away and properly treated and discharged back to the environment in a managed way are insurmountable. So the engineers often don't blow their own trumpet about this, but the environmental and the health benefits are extremely high and are front of mind for this business unit at all times. So yes, you've also hit the nail on the head as to why council amalgamations happened and why in South East Queensland many water and sewage businesses were amalgamated up into businesses that were of adequate size, scale and scope to deliver infrastructure to the greatest possible environmental and public health and safety benefit. So we are bringing to you the water vision in a future chapter. There are several chapters of it, and there will be a series chapter, and we will deal with not only the Toowoomba and surrounds of the Toowoomba city, but also the isolated systems that we have across the region.
Madam Chair, if I can, so just supplementary to that, so essentially are we suggesting by that these other areas where we've indicated don't meet current standards, etc., unless there was an expansion in that area, comfortable with where it sits at the moment from a health and safety point of view?
I'm not 100% comfortable with where the sewage system is, and I will bring that as a coordinated piece of work to the chamber, particularly some of our unsewered areas. There is an example in the report where the development footprint, the concrete on that area or the hard stand on that area has expanded to such an extent that they physically couldn't get rid of the effluent of 250 odd people with the remaining surface area that they have on their land. So it is a physical impossibility that they can do on-site disposal. That's why this is something that needs to be done. There will be other examples of that, Councillor O'Shea, I'm sure.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. I've got Councillor Summerfield, Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Taylor. Please, Councillor Summerfield.
What it was, it's so long ago.
Okay, well, hold that thought. We'll go to Councillor McDonald, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just working on what the motion says there. We've got budget review tomorrow. Councillor Summerfield raised a request for $500,000 for this, which I gather from what I've heard from Ray and Damien would be basically priority 1 and 2, perhaps in that table. So, as far as timing is concerned, the delivery of that works for the $500,000 for BR1 tomorrow. With this motion that's before us, would that motion delay works? I'm talking option 2. Will that delay works if you were successful with $500,000 next Tuesday for BR1? Will you progress that without waiting for this to come back for another report?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if that's the case, it might need
to tweak the wording of the...
Tweak on that. If I'm reading that, I'm saying, well, nothing's going to happen until we've got funding for it. The first one says as budgets allow, so if we put in BR1 tomorrow, that would trump number 2 for one element of it.
Can't they be simultaneous?
Well...
Sorry, CEO, can you just say that again?
I would think that recommendation 2 would stand alone and proceed. So while the construction was happening, the report would come back to council about how that would actually get paid for. Yeah,
the balance of the overall program, which is 4.43 million.
Yeah. Or you could look at recommendation 2 as in the bigger picture of, about the further report exploring the options available to council for funding sewering programs. Take out the words for Torrington, because there will be others coming into the future as well. I think you should probably set a policy position as to how you dealing with those in the long run as they come on.
Councillor Taylor, that second part of the recommendation was yours. Are you comfortable with the removal of for Torrington so that it's more general for funding sewering programs writ large?
Yes, I am, yes, because I think we really do need to be looking at it, yeah.
Councillor MacDonald, does that satisfy?
Exactly where I was heading, yeah.
Okay. It's back. Councillor Summerfield.
It's back, thank you. And it was that, should we be actually putting a month in that number 2 to ensure that it doesn't hold up the progression? Should we be saying that it comes back to us, what are we, November, December, to the staff here for some...
Ray, do you have any information about when it would be reasonable, in your opinion, to have that report come before council for consideration, that part 2 that's mentioned there? It's November.
It's councillors, that's an economics question. The question for Ray is how quickly can get the kit in the ground. And I'll just let Ray answer that, and then I'll jump in.
Sure. So it sort of is a 6 to 9 month program to get the design done, get it reviewed, customer implications, customer consultation, surveying, ordering, and installation and connection. So it does take a little while. So what we're attempting to do is get it on our priority list so we can prioritise it and fund it appropriately. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question correctly, Councillor Nancy.
So,
clarification there, if I could, Madam Chair, and that is, I thought the 500,000 was to go towards it actually going in the ground. The design work, I believe, has been mostly done, and that we just need to do those extras that you mentioned and then actually start getting it in the ground. So if the 500,000 is just going towards preparation for getting it in the ground, I would be pretty disappointed.
No, so the Robson Hersley Road towards the roundabout is largely designed. So we need to go to tender and start awarding some construction contracts there. We haven't gone to tender as yet. We've sort of stopped at the design, end of design phase, so that we can kick on very quickly. And the second half is we need to start prioritising and getting the design done for that.
So if I can then try and pick up on Councillor Summerfield's point, so would we need to wait that 6 to 9 months that you just specified for that report mentioned in part 2 to come back to us, or could that report be prepared in advance?
No, they can be done in parallel, and whether it comes back as part of next year's budget process and it's a line item in the budget process, I'll take that on notice as to a question with General Manager Ryan and Pratap. I'm
in your hands, Councillor Taylor. It's your.
I'd just like to make a couple of comments. Number one, is this our highest priority for sewering in this area? Is this the highest priority? Or are we going to just have... Look, I say that because, look, the Queensland Government, as some of us have been sitting around these tables for a while, used to have SCAP grants. And when I lived in Durrumbandi, there were 400 people there and it was sewered in 1958. And the state government had those grants available. Amalgamation wiped all that away. They not only amalgamated us, they took away that funding for those things. In many areas of our, and I know even in just the old Cambodia area, many areas where these issues are there. And I believe that, you know, the health and environmental issues are of grave concern, and I know of some areas where they are. Education around septic and treatment plants as such, I believe, is non-existent. It's non-existent. And people who've lived in cities or urban areas go out and buy a bit of land and put a septic or a treatment plant, have no idea. A former councillor actually killed the bugs in the septic and did it 3 times before he realised that that's not what you did. So at the end of the day, I believe the responsibility around the education for health and environment sits with the state government, and we should probably sit underneath that. So that's really getting off the point of this. But I think that these landowners there have expanded without concern or even considering the fact that they wouldn't be able to. The last thing they've considered is where their transpiration pit and where all this sort of thing was supposed to go. So it's timely that we're looking at this, and I think it's going to correct a lot of these matters. But at the end of the day, it's not just about here. We've got residential areas that have got septic that have no idea how they're supposed to look after them. And indeed, one of the former councils that was part of this now as part of this regional council area was the John Darien Shire. They actually had blocks in Wairima that they sold that weren't big enough to have the pit and the transpiration pit and the spares. So, I mean, really, you just wonder what people think. But I think there has to be a certain amount of responsibility when you're developing in an area that isn't connected to sewage, that somehow somebody steps into that breach and educates people about the health. If anyone's watching Victoria, off the point I know, but it's replayed again now, and you see that cholera was eliminated from London because they put sewage in. So you're quite right. There's all these things that come from not having proper sewered areas. And if you can't have it, and often you can't, there needs to be an education process around that. And I'm not sure that it's local government. People will tell you we're responsible for everything, but it's actually state health department that should be doing that, and we should be just reinforcing it. So I just ask, I mean, it's wonderful to work our way through these things, but is this the first priority for us, and easily done, I guess? I suppose I've answered my own question. Is this the highest area?
That's a yes. Is that correct, Ray?
Absolutely. This is one of our highest priority areas. It has a large population group. It is in proximity to Toowoomba. It's in good access to our existing sewage system.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Carl and then Councillor Summerfield. Please, Councillor Carl.
Through you, Chair, to the GM or the CEO. Sorry, Brian. I would have thought parts 1 and 2 more than adequately cover what we're talking about here. We're talking about the specific priority in Torrington. We're talking about a broader issue and a broader prioritisation. So I don't know. I don't see the issue with putting timelines on it. We're dealing with the specific prioritised issue as per the officer's recommendation. The further report will unpack how we take a position, a more universal position, or perhaps even a policy position on dealing with some of these legacies in a prioritised manner. So we place our faith in the officers are educated in this, around the risk, around public health and safety, and on all the things that go with that. I'm comfortable.
Councillor Bell, we will bring the Water Vision. There will be a series chapter, and it will deal with not only the Toowoomba bulk system, but the regional areas where there are other pressing needs as well. So, Councillor Carroll, we did have a broader paper, but we scaled it down to deal with this issue right now, and we will bring the other forward in due course through the Water Vision chapter on sewage.
Thank you, Mr Platts. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to provide a bit of clarity there. A couple of statements by Councillor Taylor. I'm sure if the business owners on Carrington Road are watching here today, they would have been disappointed in those comments, because in actual fact it's not about education, it's not about them doing something wrong. They have actually stopped expanding their business waiting for the sewerage because they knew to do otherwise would be doing the wrong thing. So they have been held up not being able to expand their businesses because they don't have sewage. They have been managing their septic quite well, and when they put it in at that time, it was all in adherence with regulations of that time. And so I'd just like to have clarity there that they haven't done anything wrong, that they have been doing the right thing, and they're waiting for this sewage expansion so that they can actually get on and expand their businesses, which in turn creates employment for our region.
But that's not what the report says.
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield, I think there's merit on both sides of the argument that some landholders and business owners are very good at managing their issues, and some are more challenged, and or some may not be aware of all of their responsibilities. So there is a broad church here.
Are you referring even to within the Torrington Road, the Torrington area, or are you talking the region generally?
Region generally.
Councillor McDonald.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I've got Mayor Antonio. All in favour? That's carried unanimously. Oh, sorry. I'll read the recommendation because I didn't do that. My apologies. Firstly, that Council endorse the sewering program for Torrington that will be undertaken on a prioritised basis as budgets allow, and 2, that a further report exploring the options available to Council for funding sewering programs be provided for the Water and Waste Committee's consideration. So with that, may I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting? Councillors McDonald and Shine, all in favour? Thank you, carried. I think it's time for some lunch.
One item?
We've only got one report. What do you want to do? The Russell Street streetscape.
That'll go for a while, potentially.
Well, we've had a workshop on it, so information session. I don't know.
Show of hands, who wants to push on, or who wants to push on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got the numbers, we're pushing on. Sorry, Brendan.
Vision.
Put on for the feed a bit longer, Kerry.
You can get lunch. Let's say
Wendy Bill's going too. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, and welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting of Toowoomba Regional Council. I'd like to recognise our portfolio leader, Councillor Melissa Taylor. This meeting is open to the public and is being live streamed, as you're aware. I'd like to welcome the Mayor and councillors, our staff teams, and the CEO and everyone who's present online. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose song lines traverse the lands in which we meet today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal and the Jadawar people, and the Biggambil people whose lands are to the west of us, and pay respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, particularly in NAIDOC Week, as they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Nations. We have an apology which needs a motion for Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Moved Councillor Jeff McDonald, seconded Councillor Shine. Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. I'm very pleased to have this exciting project come to our committee meeting. Our community in and around the historic Russell Street have gone from flood devastation to what will be, with this project, a livable community. And they have waited a long time. Great work's been done across council teams to bring this final design before you today, and I acknowledge everyone's work in that space. And I now hand over to sorry.
Madam Chair, just before that, I do have...
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry, Councillor McDonald. I do have it here. Thank you, Wendy. Declaration, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest, and I inform the meeting that I have this interest in the matter as defined in section 150 of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because A, I own property situated at 435 Ruthven Street, Toowoomba, and 2 Club Lane, Toowoomba, and B, the property situated at 435 Ruthven Street, Toowoomba, and 2 Club Lane, Toowoomba are in the Toowoomba CBD, are in close proximity to the area proposed for the Russell Street streetscape refresh concept design. However, I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to sections 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I participate in the decision about the matter, including voting on the matter, or B, there's actually C now, must leave the meeting, including any set-aside area of the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or C, remain in the meeting and don't vote on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillors? Councillor Tim McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. Can I move the motion that Councillor McDonald's interests are considerably far enough away to not be impacted by this, and pose the motion that he should stay and participate in the meeting?
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded, Councillor Von Hoff. Has no more interest or less interest than anyone else. So, councillors, any comments on that? Those in favour of that motion? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
Are those reasons sufficient, Chair, or do you need more?
Yes, I think so, Councillor McMahon.
Add your reasoning as well, that it's no more of a...
No more gain or loss than any other member of the public. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, sorry, Mr Brady, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. The report before you is a follow-on from a briefing we gave a bit over a week ago to you on the Russell Street streetscape refresh project. So the report basically covers off the detail that was presented that day. In essence, councillors, obviously this is a project that's been on the books for a while to be undertaken, and last November, as attachment 1, council supported going forward with the project and the concept at that point in time, and also the election or the appointment of the PARG committee, so for the art reference group. So what's in front of you within the report, as I said, there's been a lot of work done in developing the design to where it is today. We went through a fair bit of information in the briefing around the consultation that had been undertaken both externally with business owners in Russell Street, but also across council and the different elements of council, particularly planning and development, their support of the project, and also through Park and Rec services as well. The final design is some minor changes from the concept design, and they're noted on page 5 of the report. And then going through the aim of the project, looking at, once it had been fully designed, on all the issues and risks identified as best we can. The final sort of cost estimate for the project has been determined, and it's a little more than what was anticipated 12 months ago, but also we're looking at planning to manage the project over to an additional financial year. And that's mainly to work in with businesses, but it also assists with the budgetary implications of the changes there. There's a bit of detail on the estimate on the changes, with the main changes focused on within the report, just to give you some background there. And from that, councillors, the proposed budgets and cash flow over what would be 3 financial years, this current financial year and the next 2, and for requesting council's consideration there. Obviously, the recommendations are fairly straightforward, councillors. Basically, your support to the design that's been noted within the report, and then the budget increases and the timing of the timeframes of the work that we're proposing to do. I'll leave it there for the moment.
Thank you, Mr Brady. And councillors, you got an A3s when we had the information session. Sorry, probably we should have advised you to bring them with you. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move an amendment to this, and that in recommendation number 1, that council approve the proposed Russell Street streetscape refresh design attachment 2 with an amendment reflecting the speed zone be increased from 30 from 30 kilometres an hour to 40 kilometres an hour.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Melissa Taylor seconded that. Councillors, you need to be aware that that has been, all the consultations been done around 30 k's an hour. So any comments on that? Councillor Cullen?
Thanks, Chair. As one involved, and I couldn't be involved for various reasons as much as I'd like to, but the opportunities I had, one of the bits of background information, I stand to be corrected, Manager Brady, but the reasoning around the 30k speed limit is not just community consultation, which is the most important thing that we need to consider when we make the decisions. It's also a broader umbrella around community consultation regarding the city centre master plan and the walkable aspect of the city
walking charter. Mm.
And that's where I stress, and I think I made the point or asked some questions in the briefing around that in relation to considering this isn't just an independent piece of work that we're considering separately from the overall visioning of what that master planning exercise was. And I probably suggested at the time, I think that councillors, this council has a refresh on that whole city centre master plan so that we can revisit some of the ideals and themes and the strategies behind why we arrived at a point.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. The other thing that needs to be, this has been through the previous RAPTAC committee and also the newly established RAPTAC committee. I think one of the reasons also, and I'll ask Mr Brady to comment, was that to add area there for amenity, it has been taken back to 1 lane. There's still turns, but I think that increases the safety. Is that right, Mr Brady?
Yeah, look, I concur with both Councillor Carl and yourself, Chair, in regards to why we've gone down the track with the 30 kilometre hour speed. I suppose, from a road safety point of view, a pedestrian being hit at 30 kilometres an hour does have a far better chance of survival over one hit at 40. That said, that wasn't necessary, though they're an important factor. We really are trying to meet the vision of what we're trying to achieve with the CBD master plan, our walkable communities and the businesses, and trying to get these areas to maximise the local destinational elements through the different traffic treatments that we can bring. The higher the speed limit, the more difficult it is to put in, like the raised thresholds and those sorts of things, which are very much a part of this design. And act as a visual element as well as a physical element to enhance the area and sort of improve the traffic management of that area. Obviously, what we are trying to achieve with Russell Street is not a through road. We're trying to make it a destination point, and that's been the aim of the City Centre Master Plan for a long time. So, as much as it is a through road, as in traffic can still drive through, and they'll still be able to drive through with reasonable ease, the aim is to try to attract people there for the types of businesses that we're trying to promote in that area of Rutland Street and also that Russell Street space. It makes it a lot more friendlier to pedestrians and cyclists, and ultimately a better outcome, I think, in the city centre from an overall perspective.
And as Professor Tolley says, cars don't spend money in the city.
I'd probably also just make a note, if I can, Chair, that there has been a general change in approach to traffic management in cities across the world, in Australia, and even in Brisbane of recent times. A lot of the inner city Brisbane is now down to 30 kilometres an hour. So this whole approach to how we manage the inner parts of our city and get it sort of attractive for people is key to designs such as this.
Thanks, Mr. Brady.
If I could, something please?
Yes, Councillor Sunfeld.
Thank you. We seem to be in a non-debate debate here, but there is...
Well, there hasn't, Councillor Sunfeld, there hasn't been a motion. The recommendation is there. Nobody has moved a change to that. So...
I've moved an amendment and it's been seconded.
Well, do you want to...
Carl has spoken against it. You've spoken against it.
So, do you want to give your reasons for the recommendation?
Chair, I wasn't speaking against it. I was actually...
No, I don't believe we've spoken. We haven't entered debate, in my view, no. So, did you want to speak to your motion, Councillor Sunfield?
Thank you. That would be nice, Councillor Taylor. So, if we weren't having speed bumps in Russell Street, I could possibly accept that the 30 could be there, but we've got speed bumps and 30, and I just think it's just going a step too far. 30 is a very slow speed, and if you talk about pedestrians getting bumped, well, they could get bumped in Ruthven or Victoria or any of the other streets. So are we going to lower all of the streets to 30? I just think it's a push too far, and that 30 is just far too slow. And as for...
Point of order, we're debating now?
Yes, we are, Councillor Cole. Thank you.
Apologies. That.
So if you think about cars driving down a street and you say, well, cars don't buy things, people driving down a street see things in shop windows and decide to go back. I did it myself this morning. So you can't say that, well, if we put it down to 30, that'll stop people going down that street and therefore that'll stop any sales or anything like that. I just think we're totally over-governed, we're totally over-regulated, and we're going to make this 30. To me, it's just wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Against? Councillor Cole? No? Question?
It's been seconded.
Through you to the General Manager. Mike, if in fact the speed limit is raised from 30 to 40, would it be a fair assumption that we would need to go back to the drawing board from a design principle around the types of, quote, speed bumps, which they're not? Would we need to go back to the drawing board with this design, this streetscape, and then obviously would need to go back to consultation with the community? Is that a fair question, or
just a question. Councillor Cole, that's a little bit more than a question, so we'll just have the answer, thanks.
Will we have to change some of the design parameters with the extra 10 kilometre speed in that zone?
Councillors, any changes would have to have some impact and a little bit of a review. I don't think it's going to be huge changes requirement. We'd look at still continuing to have the thresholds. We may have to, if you went to 40, we may have to signpost the thresholds separately with a speed advisory sign, depending on from a design perspective. But we can look at that if that was the outcome of today's meeting with Council. In regards to the consultation element, I don't think it's been a major issue with the businesses there, that they've been quite happy, as I understand it, through the consultation, that it be a 30 zone. I don't think it's what you'd call a make or break issue. Being quite open about that, but I think what we're trying to achieve is a betterment outcome for how we operate in the city centre. And yes, maybe one day the rest of the city centre may go to 30. I mean, the movement, of traffic. It took this city a long time to go from 60/50 down to 40. When, you know, and it's people coming to understand that there's not actually a major detriment with the slow speed. Many of the days that people travel through the middle of the city here, they'll be lucky to be doing 30 kilometres an hour. Okay, they'll be doing 20 on an average through drive through the city. So it's not, by having a 30 speed limit doesn't necessarily overly impact on the use of the road network or the traffic management around the city.
Thanks. Councillor Von Hoff, did you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not speaking in favour or against. I just have a question, and that is, through you to Mr Brady, could you give us an idea of where there is an existing 30-kilometre zone that we might have driven on, to give us an idea of what that actually feels like from behind the wheel?
The closest for us at this current point is probably the centre of Brisbane. So the centre of Brisbane now is the CBD of Brisbane, is all 30k zone. So if you've driven in Edward Street, Ann Street, those sorts of streets around Brisbane now, they're all 30k zones.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm up to 4. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just a question, so neither for nor against. Mr Brady, can you just, we're talking about a safety aspect here with a 30-kilometre zone, correct?
Amongst other elements, yep.
So can you give me an indication of how many pedestrian incidences we've had at 40k that would then mean that going to 30 would increase the safety?
Yeah. Just recently, in a Highfields presentation to the council, there was a number of, I think in a 5-year period, was in the order of 70 pedestrian incidences across the region. Exactly where they are and where they're in the 40 zone here in the city, I'd say there's been a number in the city, but I couldn't give you those numbers. One thing that I can, from research, this is university research, the difference between a 40-kilometre-hour hit in a vehicle to a 30 is something like a 50% increase in survival rates for pedestrians. So there is as we do drop the speed in inner city areas, if the unfortunate incident does occur, there is a greater chance of survival of a person should they be hit.
Thank you. 4, the amendment? Okay. So if there's no one speaking for, I'll now put that amendment. If there's no more questions, thank you. Yes?
Clarification that we are actually, and I think you raised it, Madam Chair, we actually don't have a motion for the actual...
Well, that's what I thought. Councillor Summerfield said she had moved one, but I don't believe she did.
This is an amendment.
Yeah.
We're amending as a committee recommendation.
Yes, that's right.
Amending a motion.
No.
Which is perfectly fine if you want to do that,
Yeah.
but I've got other questions.
Yes, okay. So ask the questions, Councillor McDonald.
To do with that?
No, okay, yep.
Is that okay?
Yes, indeed.
Through you, Madam Chair, through to Mike, just the sports club bus stop that's out the front of the sports club in Russell Street, so that'd be stage 2, I gather, of this development. Is it, that's been taken into account? I just can't see it marked on the diagram, whether that's removed or stays.
Just ask, for that detail, I'll just ask Chris McAvoy, who's one of our project managers on the project.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Councillor. As part of the sports club development, they had the option to relocate the bus stop if they chose to. Just conversations we had with the general manager last week, she has now advised that they have decided to keep it in its current location, and our intention was always to, if that occurred, just to pretty much reinstate the bus stop and remove those 3 car parks. Swept path analysis, etc., through design allows buses to come around the corner and still get in there, etc. So it's just essentially a bit of line marking to correct that.
Okay, so
Thank you. It's been consulted with then.
The map, the diagram doesn't have that on there, so I gather...
No.
Between now and next week, would it have it on there, just so that we can confirm that that's on there, if that's okay?
Yes, Chris is saying yes.
That would be good. It's just an important piece of infrastructure there.
Absolutely.
Just another couple I've got, actually, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Just on that, Councillor McDonald, on the sports club, I know they worked very closely with our strategic development and our teams and opened that, they opened out onto Russell Street, so there's been a lot of consultation there, and we thank them for that.
That's great. Just through you again, Madam Chair, through to the General Manager, Mike, in regard to the budget, and you speaking there about it going over the 3 years, including this one, and the comment in the report is around the reprioritisation of the capital works. Do you have any idea at this stage what that might actually mean, or are you just really meaning that if there's a council decision today, it remains at priority that it gets done?
That's basically what this means. So it's like council putting a resolution, as you'd be aware, Councillor McDonald, if we continue in the way we do our annual prioritisation approach, council then, something that council resolves goes through the budget process as a prioritised project.
Yeah. So I guess it's no different to where it was. The difference here is that the price has increased.
Yeah.
So that
over 3 years.
Confirming today that it stays as that priority, but there's no indication of what projects may not be delivered because this is going in there.
No, because it goes also over the next couple of financial years.
Yeah, we're too early for that. Last question, and I know that Councillor Taylor and Councillor Carl are on the PARG for this, Public Art Reference Group, and Councillor O'Shea, is he as well? Or
No, just
the two? Do we have in the amount of $7.5 million any public art amount?
Yes.
There is.
There's approximately 300,000, page 7 of 9, in that table.
That's good, because that's one area that sometimes we fall down on. We create parks and we have no budget for it, so I'm pleased to hear that there is something in there for that.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald, you're right. Councillor Shine?
Thank you. Just to
go a little bit further. Oh, sorry, Wendy. Just down a little bit further.
Councillor Shine?
Just a couple of questions in relation to that. First of all, in relation to the public art, can you give an assurance that that will be local, devoted to local artists with respect to that public art expenditure?
I might hand to Councillor Taylor, who is on the Public Art Reference Group, so they're having their discussions now.
Actually, I chair that, and Councillor Carl is on that as well. So are they having discussion? It's yes, looking very much towards local, or at the moment it's just input into it and looking at concepts that might go on there, and the intention is to have local artists.
I think that was well received.
Yes, indeed, and there's been a lot of interest around that as well.
Okay. I did, last time we discussed this, I did have reservations about the loss of the turning left lanes, but bearing in mind if it's going to be 30 kilometres an hour, which just seems likely, that will lessen my concerns, because my experience is that, and I live at, of all the councillors, I probably use it more often than most because I live at Newtown and go up Russell Street and down Russell Street a lot. And there's very few people actually, very few cars actually turn left from Ruffin heading west on Russell Street as it is now. I think it'll be fairly minimal interruption, and with the speed bumps, etc., it'll be even less still. So I'm not overly concerned about it. The real problem there is Victoria Street, that Councillor Taylor at another meeting has indicated, but this won't affect it one way or another, I wouldn't have thought. The question I want to ask is in relation to has any consideration been made to the erection of historical plaques outside the buildings in Russell Street? Why I ask that is I've recently received communication from Peter Eldridge, well-known business person in Toowoomba, and he and Maurice French, the local historian, have had discussions apparently with the Chamber of Commerce about the erection of historical plaques, metal plaques I take it, along Russell Street. I've seen similar parks, and I no doubt other councillors have elsewhere, but I've seen them in Barcaldine, and I think they really add to the tourist attraction of a place as well. They're not overly expensive, and I was wondering whether Council has given consideration to that, perhaps in cooperation with a body like the Chamber of Commerce.
I'd just say that, Councillor Shine, those things are being considered under the park, and Russell Street's one of our most historic streets, and they used to have a heritage festival up there. But that is something that is being considered in the concepts that we're looking at. Councillor Carl, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Kerry, yeah, spot on. I actually raised with the officers just recently about possible funding opportunities around heritage and culture to look at those interpretive signs around some of the architecture. When you look at an old photo of Toowoomba, you always see a photo of Russell Street somewhere. So there may be opportunity for both business owners and council to advocate, and the Historical Society to investigate funding streams to actually facilitate that happening. So there is some discussion happening around that.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just in regard to the bike and vehicle shared area, which is fine when you're on that street, but actually getting into that section from, say, you're heading east along Russell Street across Victoria Street, and a bike user heading east down the street across the railway line, their current position and how they get across to there. I know it's outside the map of where it is there, but it connects into that 30-kilometre area, which is another point for the 30 kilometres, I gather.
Yeah, particularly being a shared area. Look, it's part of the development of our cycle network in the city. There's elements that have been put in. I don't have the intersection diagrams with us. So I can take that one on note and give you some indications.
They connect?
Yes.
Yeah. Could yes. How they, because the line markings become quite confusing for folk sometimes, we particularly move into where the railway is, and then you've got the different markings for around the corners and what have you. So that'd be quite handy if we...
And there's been conversations with TMR and the principal cycle network, and when the Highfields Cycleway comes in, and how that will work and join up with the city centre. Councillor Melissa, and then...
Chair. Just a question, General Manager Brady. Earlier in the discussion you said that considering the types of businesses that ERC were trying to attract to that area, what's the vision and what sort of businesses are you referring to?
Well, I suppose I'm referring to the city centre master plans, the idea of the heritage and the active nature of that area that's trying to achieve. I'm happy for others to comment, other councillors to make comment on that. But it's to try to enliven that area with, the cafes and different all those sort of things, and things that connect to heritage and take advantage of that space.
And that was what the city centre master plan envisaged, enlivening more destination rather than just a drive-through. Councillor Rebecca?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr Brady, I want to talk about trees. So we've got on the attachment proposed street tree locations, and in the budget $500,000 for that landscaping and those trees. Do we know yet the level of detail? Are we at that level of detail where we know if we're going to go down the native path, or are we going to go down the non-native path with those tree plantings?
I don't have the species with me here today, but again, through the development of the city centre master plan and further work that's been done, particularly through our planning development teams, there's an agreed set of species of trees and plantings that we bring into the city area. So, yeah, I'm sure we could make that available to all councillors, that information, that
Right, I think
things are considered. There's a lot of work goes into these sorts of plantings.
Yeah.
But we can give you that information.
And with also a maintenance perspective in mind as well.
the canopy that they provide for people if we're trying to encourage foot traffic.
Thank you. Councillor Cole?
Councillor Taylor, further to that, those of us been around a while, anyway, the council adopted a policy, and it was a couple of terms ago now, and it was a trigger from federal funding around a street tree master planning exercise, and that's been adopted region-wide, and that's species-specific, climate-specific, a whole raft of things. And Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, that same policy document has been applied over this street tree, or the master planning. For
Yeah.
Species within the precinct themselves have been taken from that.
Thanks, Chris.
The selected species that are actually specified in the 80% detailed design, they've been extracted from that strategy you refer to, Councillor. They've also been vetted with our Parks and Rec from an ongoing maintenance perspective as well. Keeping in mind that we have historical facades within the precinct that we can't put a large canopy tree right in front of. Rec's line of sight to them, and there's also significant upgrades to CCTV, so we're trying to maintain lines of sight as well for that to make the area a lot safer for pedestrians.
Thank you. Councillor Cole?
Madam Chair, through you, look, I'd like to flag if the amended recommendation isn't successful, I would move that we
Thank you, Councillor.
Recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. So if there's no more comment, we'll put that Councillor Summerfield's motion. Those in favour? Those against? So that is a tied vote. I will use my vote to vote against it. Thank you. The motion's lost. Councillor Cole?
I put the original motion.
Thank you. A seconder? Thanks. For the original. Councillor Shine? Thank you. Those in favour? Thank you very much. That's carried. And thank you. Look, thanks everyone. Sorry? We need a division, I'm sorry. Can we have that vote again, please? My apologies. Wendy?
Which vote's this for?
No, not the first one, the second one. Thank you.
Officers.
As written, the officer's recommendation. Thank you. Those for? Those against? Thank you. Look, it's quite an exciting project, and sometimes these things just need a mind shift, which we all need to look at from time to time, and nobody's right and nobody's wrong, but for them to have, for us to have this exciting project going forward in Russell Street, in both ends of Russell Street, says we're coming of age of a city. So thank you very much. In line of our walking charter and the regional, the cycling network, it's really quite exciting, I think. So thank you very much. I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Vonhoff, Councillor Carl, those in favour? It's carried, thank you. Oh, that's to end our area. Thank you. We'll have lunch, I think.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
Just waiting on Carol.
Oh, no.
And the Mayor.
Excellent. Good. What did he say?
Underway?
Do you want me to get... Is the Mayor coming back?
You're right, Brendan. Councillors, we might make a start. Reconvene the Planning and Development meeting. We have two confidential items. Could I have a mover and a seconder that we move into Councillor Taylor? Seconder. Councillor O'Shea. Move into confidential. Those in favour? That's carried. Okay. Councillors, we move back to item 8, which is the Development and Services Planning and Environment Court Appeals and Compensation Claims, October 2020. Do I have a mover? Councillor Antonio? Councillor Von Hoff? Those in favour? That's carried. For noting. Item 9, Councillor MacDonald, as per your declaration earlier, Councillor MacDonald's leaving the room for the record. So we're voting on item 1 of item 9, or agenda item 9. Comfortable with the officer's report? Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Shine, Councillor Summerfield, those in favour? That's carried. Can someone... And for the remainder of the report, happy for that to be moved, seconded. Councillor Shine, Councillor MacDonald, those in favour? That is carried. Thank you. That closes, that's the draws to the close this committee meeting on 10th of the 11th, 20. Thanks, councillors. It's been a long day and it's not over. Is it?
Water and waste.
Just getting
Water and waste is next.
This will be over for.
No. Wendy, meeting at?
I'm not getting started because I've got a dinner at 5 o'clock.
Well, Wendy's just going to the bathroom.
In Brisbane.
Good, thanks, mate.
Let's switch.
Will they not stay?
Melissa has to leave at 3:30. 3:30.
A good friend of mine's been nominated.
Switch.
Yeah, we just took the Hampton Irrigators first.
Who is? Oh. Are we live? We're live.
No, this, yeah,
Yeah, we are.
we're on. Tom Vanderbilt.
From Badu.
They do, isn't it?
Gluten free.
Yes, at the back.
Oh, look at that.
Thank you. Mandible. Thank you. Shouldn't have hurried, Wendy. You shouldn't have hurried. Paul? John, can you just get Paul's attention? Paul? Paul, can you pull them back in?
You call them back in.
Can you call everyone back in?
Was back in. Herding cats.
Yeah, with your... Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, councillors, we will be joined shortly by councillors Taylor. Councillors Taylors. You are. Okay, so welcome back to the Water and Waste Committee meeting for November. We've got 3 confidential items that we will discuss. May I have a mover and a seconder to move into confidential? Councillor Antonio, Councillor McMahon, thank you. All in favour? carried.
Well, there, Brendan, are you?
Yes, he is, and we're live again. So everybody who's stuck with us, welcome back. We'll pick up at item number 5 in the Water and Waste Committee report, and that was a confidential report into new energy generation tender stage 1 assessment report part 2. Now, I just need to point out, is that correct, Councillor Summerfield's declaration of a potential conflict of interest has already been made and voted on by Council. That's all I have to say. Councillors, there is a recommendation before you. Can we get that up? Thank you. That Council resolves to adopt the Tender Assessment Panel's recommendations as noted in the confidential report titled New Energy Generation Tender Stage 1 Assessment Report Part 2. Do I have a mover? Councillor Summerfield, a seconder. Councillor McDonald, all in favour? Carried without dissent. And we have Councillor Taylor absent, Councillor McMahon absent. Then we move on to item number 6 of the Water and Waste Committee November report. This was the confidential report into raw water connections on trunk mains. I declared a potential conflict of interest and it was discussed and voted on by councillors. In our discussion, some additional information came to light. I don't feel comfortable voting on this motion, so I will refrain from voting and have spoken generally.
Just get Nancy to the chair for the vote.
Right, so, and have just spoken generally about that. Councillor Summerfield, would you please assume the chair?
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yes, you can stay in the room.
Okay, councillors, that resolution is before you. Do you need me to read it out? That council endorse the current position of disconnecting raw water services when the ownership of the property changes and the property has an alternative water connection supplied by council. And in addition, that a further report be presented to the Water and Waste Committee reviewing raw water charges for water connections direct to trunk mains. Do I have a mover? Councillor Carl? What was that? Sorry, Mr Mayor.
This is the second line where it refers to, and the property has alternate water connection supplied by council. Does that show it the current position?
You're questioning the supplied by council bit, are you? Yeah. That's what's actually in our policy.
Supplied by us.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Did you want to speak further, or Abby?
I can't hear the Mayor's question.
Oh, he's just still questioning the supplied by council bit.
Well, they're all in. Mr Mayor, I couldn't hear your question before, but Councillor Summerfield's just put it on to me. These properties are all within the area that we would have responsibility for providing those connections. So it is incumbent on us, the council, to provide that potable connection.
Well, I'm sorry I don't get it. That council endorsed the current position of disconnecting raw water services when the ownership of the property changes and the property has an alternate water connection supplied by council.
Yeah. It's potable water that council would be supplying. We have a liability to do that in that area. Is that correct? Potable, yeah. We have a commitment that we have to provide potable water.
So you're changing from raw water to potable water.
Yep.
Basically, yes. So we need a seconder. Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? Carried. Thank you.
everybody. Unanimous?
And then finally, councillors, item 7 on the Water and Waste Committee November report, the confidential Hampton Irrigators update and next steps. For the to maintain the confidentiality of this, I might not read the read it. Okay. Okay. So part 1, that council approve the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate with the Hampton Irrigators in good faith to attempt to agree to arrangements for water supply for the Hampton Irrigators' needs beyond the arrangements set out in the current agreement, which is due to expire in 2022. Part 2, council also authorise the Chief Executive Officer to approach the Hampton Irrigators to A, agree on a process for renegotiation of an agreement and establishment of future arrangements that provide a suitable water supply for the irrigators, and B, assure the irrigators that council will continue to supply water for the 2020, 2021 and 2022 growing seasons while an agreement is renegotiated, and 3, the Chief Executive Officer report back to council at least monthly or earlier as the need arises on the outcomes of the above resolutions. Do I have a mover? Councillor Summerfield, a seconder. Councillor McDonald. All in favour? That motion is carried. And that, councillors, concludes the Water and Waste Committee November meeting. Thank you.